It's a pleasure to have all of you here this morning, and we'll begin with our roll call.
Councilmember Baines. Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brandow. Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Quintero. Councilmember Soria. Council President Capriolio.
Here, thank you very much. Next is the invocation by the Reverend Norman. Would everyone please stand and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning, sir. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. O blessing of all that is sacred, come to us today in a dozen different ways. As this City Council undertakes today's agenda and administers its responsibilities beyond this day, and for those who as citizens grace these chambers with their concerns, may we each acknowledge that we are holders of a common thread, the thread of priceless responsibilities that winds creatively in and around us all. Often it will feel golden, unbreakable. At other times it looks tarnished and frayed. From whatever faith tradition each today may come, or from no particular tradition at all, may all, in these deliberations, create room for civility's voice to be heard. May council members, attending staff, and concerned citizens who will come to address their concerns each reflect on what is sacred, holy, and needful, to orient and lift us in perspective and in heart as a city. May each bill, resolution, action taken be in service of a Fresno that is truly blessed to be a multicultural, multiracial, multi-faith, multi-economic network of interfacing neighborhoods. And so if this be an invocation, then I invoke blessings on all proceedings today, that these tasks will be an honest reflection on all that speaks to what it is that instills respect, honor, integrity, lasting grace, and hope for us all. So may it be. Amen.
Thank you again, Reverend. We'll move on to the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
I do have a change to the agenda. Item number 2J, file number 16-1295, regarding Copper River, has been moved to November the 17th, 2016, per staff. That's the only change I have.
Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Motion by Member Quintero. Second. Yes.
Is this the time? Is this a time to continue an item or pull an item? No. Okay, fantastic. Council President, I'd like to pull the 2 p.m. item. ID 16-1287, the budget update of the general fund. I'd like to continue that item.
I think we need probably take a vote on that.
Well, the procedure is any council member can have it removed from the agenda unless there is a motion and vote to keep it on the agenda.
Well, I'm just making a motion to continue that item. I don't know. Does it need to be seconded?
The procedure is any council member can cause it to be removed with no vote unless the other council members make a motion and they get 4 votes to keep it on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm going to make a motion that we can you give me some detail why you want to take it off, or I mean just
Not a lot of detail. I just need more time to analyze those items.
Well, this is our carryover Yeah, no, I kind of feel differently about that. I'll make a motion that we keep it on there.
I'll second it.
Just point of order, Council President, was there a motion made?
No, apparently,
Help me to understand what we're doing here.
So Doug already said it, so really you don't need a motion to do what I did. You just continue an item, and then if somebody wants to keep it on the calendar, they make the motion, and that's what Oliver did. So now we'll be voting whether it stays on.
To keep it on, yes, to keep it on, and no, to remove it for consideration later.
That's right. A yes vote would be to keep it on the agenda today.
And a no vote will continue it, as I was asking for.
That's correct.
Okay.
all right, let's do that electronically. Yes to keep it on today, no to continue it to a future date. The matter will be continued to a future date. 2 p.m. timed item. So that will be continued. Any other motions or requests on the agenda? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you. Next are the minutes of October 20th, 2016. Is there a motion to approve those minutes? Motion by Member Soya, second by Member Olivier. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. Next is council comments and reports. Member Brandau,
Oh, no.
you good?
That was from the previous item.
Okay. Member Soria?
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple events that I want to recap on and thank folks for making it happen. We had the Pokemon event at Fresno High this past Saturday, hosted by the Parks Department. It was a great weekend to do recreation fitness, and it was the grand opening of this Pokemon event and really kicking off the joint use that is happening throughout the city of Fresno. So it was great for the community. And I know that there's a number of folks that were able to also participate on the Parks survey that is going on for the Parks Master Plan. Last week I participated on the Latina Empowerment Day. We had the first Fresno Latina Empowerment Day, which was hosted by HOPE last Friday. I'm actually an alum of their Leadership Institute, so great to see local professional Latina women be part of this to not only empower themselves, but being able to get skills and connect with folks so that they can continue to empower their communities and meet the goals that they're set to do. Just an announcement for this Friday, there's the Tiny House Project. Last year, I worked on an ordinance to allow, I think as part of the development code, we worked on some language to allow tiny houses as a second dwelling. We have a local manufacturer here in town called California Tiny House. That's how I first learned about it. There's kind of been a movement throughout the nation, and here locally we also have the Fresno State Tiny House Project going on, and then also the Tiny House Expedition. Folks, they have like a little reality TV. They've come here to Fresno and filmed. They will be presenting their film screening of Living Tiny Legally Part 1, which features the city of Fresno. We're one of the local cities, one of the first cities to actually allow tiny houses within our city limits. So that's going to be an exciting event. It's going to be taking at Fresno State from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. So we encourage folks to come out. I will be there to kick off the event and talk about what we did here in the city of Fresno. And this event is open to the public. Thank you.
Rick Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to mention and congratulate the Chicago Cubs for winning the World Series championship. And there is a Fresno connection, which is why I'm mentioning that. It only took them 108 years to win the World Series. And if you go back 108 years, the coach was from Fresno. He was a player coach. His name was Frank Chance. And that's why we have Chance Avenue by the fairgrounds. And at Cedar and Ventura, there was a 23-acre field that was named Frank Chance Field. So he was a player coach at that time. And one of his pitchers also was from the Valley. His name was Orville Overall. And he was a pitcher from Fireball. So a little bit of history, and I got that out of a couple of those things from the Fresno Bee. But if you have a chance or an opportunity, I'd like to ask you to go downstairs on the first floor, and on the north wall where you pay your utilities, the Historical Society set up a big display of baseball in the Valley. And even the Chamber of Commerce used to have a baseball team in those days, and their pictures are on there. So it's pretty interesting, but there was a big Valley connection that you can look at and enjoy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. It's always enlightening for your historical comments, Member Quintero. That's fantastic. Member Brand, you're next.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to recognize the Clovis West marching band that will be competing in Indianapolis in a national competition, the Band of America Grand Nationals, and they recently won a competition in San Jose. So congratulations, Clovis West.
Thank you. Next is Member Baines.
Thanks, Council President. Couple quick updates. A couple weeks ago, I was in Washington, D.C. with the Air Board, and just so you all are aware, I've been updating you here and there on what's happening with the EPA and the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. Well, as you all know, that the EPA has rejected our latest plan. That has set in motion a chain of events that could lead the San Joaquin Valley to some pretty severe sanctions. The loss of highway funds, no drive days, no agriculture days, no business expansion, what have you. These are all prescriptive, and the EPA has very little discretion. So we are trying to fix the situation with the EPA. It seems like we made some headway. We also met with members of both parties. We met with Senator Feinstein's office, as well as the majority's legislative director's office in the House. So just wanted to keep you all updated. The situation is evolving, and it's very serious. So we're trying to stave that off. Last week, I think it was last week, Councilmember Capriolo and I, along with the mayor, took a tour of the Mandela Center, the Mandela Training Center in Oakland. As you know, we are going to be having one here in Fresno. The High Speed Rail Authority has given a grant for seed funding. The Fresno County EOC has agreed to accept the responsibility of being the program operator. We will be having Central Valley Mandela Training Center here. The primary purpose of that will be making sure that we are getting people ready for the construction trades. It is probably the foremost and finest training facility of its kind in the nation. So we'll have a duplicate here. So very happy to report on that. Thank you. Thank you,
Member Baines. Yeah, that was really a great trip. We actually went into the classrooms, and we got to see how these kids, adults, but younger people, are being trained for the workforce. And training meaning not for a $10 job, not for a $20 an hour job, but for a $30, $40, $50 an hour job. And the enthusiasm and the way they handled that whole thing, it was just, it was absolutely incredible. And gives you chills to think about it when we saw those wonderful things happening, and that's all going to come right here to Fresno. It's just a matter of time. So thanks for your leadership, and it's been a great journey. We're going to finish it up very, very strong. Also, I wanted to thank the Agape School for inviting me to attend their community event last Saturday. I toured the complex, and it's the old KJEO 47 building at First and Shaw. And their emphasis is on radio, TV, and movie production. But to get to that fun part, you've got to really hit the books hard, study hard, and keep your grades up. So it's It's a really good idea. It's a great complex, and it was exciting to be there and see all the kids again with their enthusiasm. Also had the opportunity to attend the EDC luncheon and listen to all the great things going on in our community, as well as seeing Dr. Castro, Fresno State, Dr. Bold Castro, as I like to call him. He accepted the Giraffe Award for his leadership, and well-deserved. And his wife, Mary, was there. It was a little bit of a surprise, and it was well-deserved. I also wanted to thank the administration, all the staff that went on a walk down Sierra Madre with me to address those concerns. I appreciate it. It took a lot of time and energy, but we're going to make some great changes on Sierra Madre. I also thank Paul Clark for inviting me yesterday for a lunch talk at Fresno State on politics. The students are fantastic. They're very enthusiastic, and hopefully they'll all become part of the system here, not just to vote, but to get involved in politics and help our city become better and better. Also, I wanted to thank the Public Works team for walking my district. Scott, I don't even know out, Scott, Brian, sidewalk crew, and for the great work and customer services they've done in District 4. It's great to walk that district, and the people are just thrilled with the sidewalks and curbs and gutters, and the crew is fantastic. They all want to give them cakes and pies, and not just water, but just the way they did it, the style, grace, and dignity and quality of work was fantastic. So thanks to all those people. And last but not least, it's a sad moment, but I'd like to close today's council meeting in memory of the fallen sheriff's officer, Sergeant Rod Lucas. With that, we'll return to our agenda.
Council President.
Council President, a couple punched up.
Oh, late bloomers, I see. Mr. Olivier, you're up.
Thank you, Council President. And I just had a quick question for the city manager and staff regarding the Obama phone vendors that are really kind of becoming more and more prevalent in the city. They're setting up everywhere. My office has received complaints about them setting up in public right away. I mean, at this point, somebody just pulls up and puts out a folding table and a folding chair and a sign that says free phone. I'm not sure if our city has regulations in place to deal with these folks. I'm not sure if we're staffed up enough to do an Obama phone sweep one day and get these folks off the places where they're not supposed to be. But I've had everyone from mega retailers complain from their corporate office down to the little guys that are very concerned about these folks.
Absolutely. Good morning, Council Member. We have similar concerns. We're working on a procedure to handle the temporary permits. So right now, there's two challenges. One is those that are set up in the public right-of-way on a sidewalk or between the sidewalk and the street, and the other is those that are set up on private property. So we're working on a procedure for both of those, and we'll be presenting that to the city manager for review and evaluation.
Do you have maybe a timeline on that?
Yeah, probably
spring?
in the next, I'm guessing we will have our procedure in place probably in the next 30 to 45 days. Implementation probably would require some kind of sweep. I think that's probably the best way to handle it, is to do it all at once, everyone's noticed, and then you move on to
liquor store signs.
Right.
Thank you, Director
Yeah,
Clark.
no problem.
Thank you, City Manager.
Member Brandel.
Thank you, Council President. I'd just like to mention two things. One of them, Councilmember Soria had already mentioned, is we're having a Parks Master Plan update this Saturday, November 5th, for people in the city who are interested in city parks and where Fresno's going with their parks. I did want to announce it. It is in Northwest Fresno at a park in my district called Oso de Oro Park. That's at 5550 North Faulkner. And Faulkner, basically Faulkner and Barstow. It's this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and get the word out to people who are interested in parks for the city of Fresno. Also, in Northwest and Northeast Fresno this weekend, there's going to be the Two Cities Marathon. It's going to change a lot of traffic out around Woodward Park and the north part of the city. And so it involves Clovis and Fresno. I think it's one of our biggest marathons. It's a full marathon. And you can register for the full marathon or a half marathon at twocitiesmarathon.com. But I wanted folks to know that traffic will be impacted by the Two Cities Marathon in North Fresno. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much. Member Baines, I think you're the last council member requesting opportunity for comments or remarks. Stretch that out.
No, I just wanted to take a moment to wish your Chief of Staff, Lindsey Barsamian, a happy belated birthday yesterday. So I think we're going to lunch for her today, so I figured we wanted to say happy birthday to Lindsey. She's a good Chief of Staff.
Right. Fantastic job. That should have been my job, Oliver.
Okay, folks, we'll close that portion of the meeting and move on to the consent calendar. Would any council member like to pull any item for discussion from the consent calendar? And that would be heard at 1:30. Member Soria.
Perfect. I'd like to pull item 1B.
That's it?
That's it.
Member Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pull item 1F just for informational purposes. I'm going to support it, but I needed some information. Thank you.
Thank you. Screen is cleared. Anyone in the public wish to comment on the consent calendar? This is the opportunity to come forward and give us your name, address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Council President, if I could jump in quickly.
Yes, sir.
Item 1J is a successor agency action only, even though it says council also. But it can be taken with the rest of the consent calendar.
Very good. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, I'm sure all this could have been taken care of before I was asked to stand up here, because I have my rights and privileges too, and please. On the consent calendar, on District 3, approved the Second Amendment to a lease for the Construction Manager Division office located at 1721 Van Ness Avenue. Is this Assembly Brothers in Granville? I had a bond book, a 1976 general obligation bond book, where the 7 developers own all downtown. I talk about this all the time. We give a lot of money to these people for all these grants, monies, federal loans, everything goes on, and then they own all this agribusiness district down here they're fixing to come in because of that bond book that we got at that ballpark. It's got an A and a B, one for federally funded and one for tax funded. So all this stuff is coming to play. So that bond book with the ballpark is attached to somewhere else, and this here project here is, I want to know, is all of downtown own, since this is a management company, do they, the Assembly Brothers, who own downtown? Because I had that bond book, and Jack O'Connor had it right now. It's a 1976 general obligation bond. Now, Assembly Brothers want to get off and down there. So I want to know who owns downtown, where's that money, what happened to our downtown? We don't have a downtown. That's the only thing I want to know. Where's our downtown? If that guy's a manager, he's on Van Ness, please tell me where's downtown. The next one I want to talk about is the police department. The police department needs all the help and stuff that they can get. And first of all, I want to give a moment of appreciation for Sheriff Mims and for the sheriff department and for the police department and all of the police officers and all the people out here. And we have a quiet silence so we can honor them. That leaves me enough time right there to honor them, but nothing would ever take the honor away from our servants here for the police and sheriff departments and all of you all. And the last one I got is, this one here is talking about the federal administration, the Federal Transport Administration, U.S. Department of Housing, Urban Development, and U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. I got a book in my purse that will tell you urban development is what's causing all of our problems around here. That urban renewal area. Revitalization, that means get you off of your property. Then when you get off your property, they got a tax increment, Proposition 13. Proposition 13 says once you get off, the property tax goes up, but we also got that tax increments on that vacant land. Now where's all that money going? Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else from the community wish to address the consent calendar? If you do, please come forward. All right, and back to the dais. And is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Motion by Member Brandau, seconded by Member Baines. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you. Next is General Administration. Item 2A, a resolution, 528th Amendment to the Master Fee Schedule. Staff? Good morning.
Good morning, Council. This is the annual revision to the Master Fee Schedule. There are a number of fee changes, new fees. There are some deletions that have been proposed. Some of these changes are per contractual or lease agreements. There are also numerous text changes, and reformatting has been done to make the given section that's affected easier to read, to clean up some outdated language, and to conform to industry standards or to be consistent with state law. The following departments have fees within this item: airports, fire, parks, development, police, public utilities, and transportation. And unless otherwise noted, all fee changes will be effective on July 1st, 2017. I don't have anything further to add to the staff report. I do believe the department directors or their staff are here to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. We'll take this item out to the public. Is there anyone in the community that wishes to address this? Please come forward with your name and address. You'll have 3
Yes, my name is Barbara Hunt, 333-339 West Eaton, Fresno, California. I was born right here in Fresno 70 years ago almost. I give my greatest respect for the fire department, because if it wasn't for them, I see the trucks going around everywhere putting fires out. And I see all the people around here, they ambulances when they come. The fire department is already there. And the police department, they got the same respect as I'm giving to her. Chief Dyer, because him and Margaret Mims, I'm glad that they came together, because that's what I've been talking about all these years. The city can only go in the city, but the county can go everywhere. We used to have sheriff departments going all over here, and we're going to get back to going with the sheriff department going in all these city departments, because that's where they're supposed to be. And that's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item 2A? Please come forward. All right, we'll bring it back up here. Member Quintero.
Jane? The master fee schedule, does that also tie in with 2B, which is the impact fee?
No, that is a separate item. There are no impact fees within this annual revision. That will be handled as a separate matter. I believe several things have to be done by the council before those can come before you for final approval.
Okay. Got a couple questions on some of the fees. One is a $3 evening charge for in Parks and Rec.
Okay.
For basketball play at some of the community centers.
I believe the director's here. I think he can better address your question than I can.
Okay.
Manuel Molinero, the director of the Fresno Parks Department. Councilman Quintero, the $3 fee for basketball. Our gyms normally close at 8 o'clock in the evening. We've had a lot of interest on the part of adults wanting extended hours. We presently do not have the funds to keep the gyms open later. We've worked with various adult groups, and they're interested in keeping the gyms open and willing to pay the $3 so that we can keep the gyms open until 10 o'clock in the evening.
Okay, so you currently don't have them open?
No, we do not. Well, we have them open till 8 o'clock.
Yes. But if they want it open later, it's $3?
Yes. And this is to accommodate adults that want to play in.
$3 per person or per team?
It's $3 per person.
Per person.
And we feel that it's going to be sufficient to cover the staff cost and the lights to keep the gyms open later. It's not organized basketball league play, but it's one step below that.
Okay. Then, while I have you there, there's also another one, $35 annual vehicle pass for senior citizens to enter the regional parks.
Yes, that's correct. We're actually dropping the cost of the fee. The fee was $50, and it's going to be dropped down to $35 for seniors.
Okay. How many of those vehicle passes do you sell a year to seniors?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I can get back to you on that.
Okay. I'd really be interested to see that number because, as money gets tighter and tighter, especially for seniors, and then you've got the baby boomer generation coming in as your new seniors. That $35 is going to be somewhat costly for them, but if you don't have that many of them taking advantage of that fee, then I don't see why we couldn't just do away with it.
The senior fee?
Mm-hmm. See, so I mean, we're providing something for seniors, and I know a few years back you weren't here, but I mean we had a big discussion on raising the fees at the golf courses for seniors, and that there was quite a few disgruntled folks about that. But what I'd like to do, City Manager, if it's all right, is maybe hold that one over the vehicle pass one, and just till we get some numbers to see are we really getting that many folks to buy it, or maybe just do away with it. Can we do that?
I believe you can, as an amendment to a motion, eventually pull that and table that particular item when you adopt everything else.
Okay.
Is that correct? I'm looking at the city attorney if that's a way that they could achieve
Right,
that.
well, there's no motion yet, so you can make a motion to approve it, but without that item being approved today.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Okay.
What he said. I like that one.
And I'll second him.
What he said.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Clerk's got it.
The one thing,
okay.
Excuse me. The one thing that I would like to say, though, the fees that we collect for parking is a very significant part of what we use to pay for capital improvements within the parks budget, replacing play equipment, things of that sort. So I can get you that information, but if it's a reduction, it's probably going to have a long-term impact on our ability to do park improvements.
That would really be helpful before we bring it back, as it'd be good, very good information for all of us, because that's, let's see, that would be, and then you have it says increase in ticket surcharge at Woodward Parks Amphitheater from $2 to $3. What is that?
Apparently, there was an understanding with the Rotary many years ago that we would be charging a $3 surcharge that would go to the Rotary for improvements in the amphitheater. When you had the recession here in Fresno, imposing that $3 fee made it very difficult to get companies to come out and perform because it was taken away from their profit line. The city made the decision to reduce that fee when in fact we had an agreement with the Rotary that we were going to be charging the $3 to go for the improvements. The Rotary has come to us and asked us to make sure that that fee is in place so that they can have so they can build their improvement fund for the amphitheater in the future.
How long ago was that, Manuel?
It was actually before I came on board.
Okay. Has there been any?
I think the agreement was negotiated between the Rotary and the city in 2006, 2007.
Okay, I guess where I'm headed is have they done any improvements?
They've done some initial improvements based on when the contract was originally negotiated. They have funded a green room since that time, but they have some other plans that they would like to move forward with. We have met with them. We have shared with them that we're concerned that adding another $1 to the ticket price is going to have its impact on the number of events, but they are insisting that there was the terms that were negotiated at the time by the parties, and therefore we agreed that we bring this to the council for your consideration. Because it is we are contractually obligated to charge $3, and we were supposed to be doing that as far back, I think, as 2009.
Is there somebody from Rotary here?
I don't believe so.
No. Okay. Do you want to say something about that?
I've met with the people at Rotary a couple months ago. We had a meeting with the city manager trying to resolve literally agreement going back, 20 plus years. And I think we concluded with an agreement on how the city would go forward with the Rotary. And part of the process was to raise the fee $1, correct, city manager? And they're in agreement. So I think there's an equitable agreement. It's one of those things that was done over three administrations, never really followed. But I think if you add what was supposed to be done, what the city actually did do, I think the city probably was ahead on the deal, but we're behind on the deal, behind on the deal. But I think everybody was in agreement, at least my recollection at that last meeting, about moving forward.
So you need to write an act on that. Accountability. Okay, that's the information I needed. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Member Baines.
Thanks, Council President. And Manuel, really quick, I'll have you come back up. Because Councilmember Quintero asked several of the questions I wanted to ask, so it really leaves me down to one. I just was curious about the nexus between the increase in some of the programs and the fee increase. You did answer that question, but I'm concerned about the one fee, the swimming instruction fee, and particularly about the low income discounted rate going from $32 to $40. That is a pretty dramatic increase, and I know that the regular fee is from $40 to $50, which is a big increase. But I'm wondering, and this may be one I want to pull too, because you may not have the number here handy, but how many of the swimming instruction fees are low income versus regular pay? Because do you know that number off the top of your head?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'll have to get you that information.
Right, you can give me that. And here's why I'm asking. I'm a little leery about a fee increase that much for low income families. I think that's a pretty big one. It's a pretty big fee increase. So I would be more inclined to keep the fee as it is, but I don't want to do that without some more information. So if we can, Councilmember Quintero, I'd like to maybe add to your motion. What I'd like to do is pull out the swimming and the proposed swimming instruction fee increase and have that studied as well. Okay, so if I can add that to your motion. So that's what I want to do, Manuel. Just get the information before I make a vote on something like that.
The one comment I would like to make, away from the reduced fee for low income, the proposal that we're asking for in the regular fee is because we are so under the market right now. The closest fees that even come close to what is being charged during the summer are in excess of $100 right now. And that's really putting a very significant impact on our ability to accommodate all the people that want to sign up for our swimming classes. I'm not talking about the low-income classes.
Now, when you say under the market, you mean in the Fresno area?
Yes.
So most places are charging $100 for?
Yes. 100 plus.
100 plus? Okay. So maybe include the market analysis in there. Well, and do other places have a low income fee? And what is there? So anyway,
we'll get back to you on that.
So I'd love to see the market analysis on that along with that. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Member City Attorney Song.
Yes, to clarify on these two motions. We need to make sure that even though they're being removed from consideration today, if by chance they don't come back before July 1st, the existing fee will remain. It just won't be increased or changed, correct?
I think that's the intent of the maker of the motion and myself, yes.
Just want to be clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Member Brand.
The swimming lessons, I can almost relate to that. I can, because when I was a kid, we went to Roosevelt High School to swim. I forget, like 25 cents to get in. And we had to swim across the shorter end to demonstrate we could get in the deep water. I almost drowned a couple times doing that until my mother made us take Red Cross lessons, which really taught us how to swim. So a lot of poor kids, they don't know how to, they never learn how to swim, and maybe one day it could save a life. So I'm sympathetic to something as crucial as learning how to swim can literally save a life one day. And for me, who knows how many times I would have got drowned at Millerton Lake if I didn't know how to swim. These fees we're approving today, the entrance fee at Woodward Park remains the same, correct? It's only the amphitheater?
Yes.
Okay. Now, these fees also include, I'm going to go to the city manager when he's available there. Some of the actions we've taken recently on changes in code enforcement on substandard housing. I don't know if you can answer that, Manuel. City manager? Some of the fees we're adopting in this document include items that we identified in our ordinance changes on code enforcement. Is that correct? That's correct. So these reflect a lot of the fees that were probably too low and probably not enough to incentivize people to comply. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, the fees that you're alluding to are related to income property rather than owner occupied, but they are consistent with the staff presentation that I made to you last week, as well as the changes to the Fresno Municipal Code, which included the definition of an egregious property owner.
And the one we did last meeting was basically to differentiate between different levels of fees. So, you know, like the example was if your grass was too high, that's not the same amount of fee that if you have a hole in your roof, right?
That's correct.
We're going to match the penalty with the crime, in other words.
That's exactly.
Is that included in here? Is that to be?
No, that's on page 26, and if you
Okay.
the master fee schedule, and you will see that for general code violations, which are some of the ones that you just alluded to, council member, such as rubbish or overgrown landscaping, that is being changed from 200 to 250. The second citation remains the same, but the third citation is being increased from 800 to 1,000. The code penalties for health and safety for not owner occupied, but for income property, those are new, and you'll see they will be effective upon adoption. First citation is $800. The second citation is $1,200, and the third citation is $1,600. And for an egregious property owner, as defined by the municipal code, those citations will double for those individuals.
Okay, so we are finally putting the match between those crucial health and safety issues are going to be penalized appropriately, and we're not going to have, you know, an elderly person here that didn't trim their hedge the proper height and is facing $10,000 in fines.
That's correct.
Okay, that's the fundamental fairness I think we have to have in our system, and I think there's a lot of stuff in here we're looking at. I've did these before, and there's always some that you're not going to agree with, and some have been pulled out. But if you look at the sum of the parts, there's some really important things in here, particularly related to code enforcement, that I think that we need to move forward, and because having the ordinance is no good unless you have the penalty to match and the ability to prosecute and enforce it. So to me, I think that's something we have to go forward with. And the rest of them, I'm okay with.
Next is Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I have a number of questions as I am looking through the fees. I appreciate the comments previously made. I have some under the land use and zoning section, because I know that there's a number of new fees, and so I'm just wondering, what did we do before we had these, or did we just categorize them differently?
Right. Good morning, Councilmember Jennifer Clark, Development and Resource Management. So in the Development and Resource Management, the two fees that you've already discussed related to code citations, zone clearance is a new category that was adopted in the Development Code, and we did not have a fee for that. So we've been charging an hourly rate for zone clearance per the master fee schedule. But based on really what we've experienced over the past 9 months is that there are 3 different types of zone clearance. There's the over-the-counter, it's very easy determination. So that would be the low-level fee at $27. One that takes a little bit more research is the medium fee, which would take about an average of 2 hours, $328. And then one that's extensive that requires site review and significant staff analysis, we're proposing at $1640.
And in doing these, you said that did them, but we charge on an hourly rate. Did we kind of take the average on that?
Yeah, so we tried to do it as people came into the counter, and we determined at that time, but there was no specific fee for zone clearance. The development code said that there would be a fee for zone clearance, so we needed to adopt one into the master fee schedule.
In our neighboring areas, do they do zone clearance fees, and did we look at them? Are they comparable?
We have not evaluated. Clovis has a different way that it evaluates whether or not a project can go into a site. This is a easier process than what we have done in the past. So zone clearance essentially is us saying, yes, business, when you go down to business licensing, you're moving into a center, you're cleared to go into that center. So it's a very streamlined process from what we were handling previously.
Okay. What about the tree removal permit? So previously, it says new, so what did we do before?
So the new development code does require a tree removal permit. In particular, we're really looking at major development. So if there is a large development and we need to do an analysis to determine whether or not it's complying with our CEQA evaluation, whether or not we're replacing correct species, we need to be able to charge a fee.
So this isn't when someone wants to remove their tree in their house?
No. That we're talking about for major development, unless, so there are some additional categories. It's a fairly lengthy section in the development code. There are some additional categories that are related to very large diameter trees that are older. There are historic tree provisions that are designated trees. So those would require an individual permit versus a development permit for those.
So this is just for the development?
Right.
If it's a development. So is there, I guess I didn't see in another section, is there another section that includes, is there a fee for tree removal? Does anyone know? Or is there just a fee for removal of trees in a development?
This is a permit to say you can go do it, not for us to do it for you.
No, I know.
So,
but in terms of the permit, that's what I'm saying.
Right,
Like if
so
someone comes in to ask for a permit, do they need a permit to remove a tree in their
there's
property?
two levels on private property. So we're talking about on private property solely. So I'm not looking at in the right of way. So there's full development, or if it is a tree of a significant size or age, there would be an individual permit for that. So if I had a tree in my yard that was very large, I would need to come in and get a permit for that and a review and evaluation.
What section could I find that in? I just want to make sure that it's clear, because I know that it is under the development and resource management, this part, and so I guess that's applicable to development.
Right.
But I just want to make sure that it's clear for purposes of the public.
We can get that citation. I don't have it written down right here. We're pulling that for you right now.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, sorry, Bonica, Mr. Emerson, right.
It's in Article 23 in the landscape section. There's a section on tree removal permits, and it applies to any tree on private property if it meets certain thresholds.
Are those changing in this?
It's new in the development code. So previously we did not have a tree removal permit process under the old code. So it's something that's new under the new development code.
Do we know what page?
You know, do you have the development code in front of you?
No. But I'm wondering in terms of in the fee schedule, is it reflective in the new fee schedule?
Yes.
So I'm just wondering where, because I did come across the one under the development and research management, but I didn't
Right, $328, and it's on page 32 of the master fee schedule.
But I thought that was for a development, not for just individual property.
So there's two ways that it could trigger. One is a large development. Two is if it meets certain criteria, as Ms. Emerson just suggested. So it could be a large size, it could be
But I'm just
certain
wondering
age.
why the price would be the same. If it's one person taking one tree in their house, I don't think it would be fair to charge them $328 when you're talking then about a development and it may be multiple trees. So
We have
I'd be
the
concerned about
discretion
that.
of charging the hourly rate if we determine that that is going to take less than 2 hours to evaluate.
Could this perhaps be taken offline, a meeting before this or after?
No, because if we're going to approve today, unless we're going to move it to vote on it next week, then I'd be happy to take an offline. But I think that it's a valid concern. If we have one resident coming to get a permit to remove a tree, they're going to be charged $328, and same to if a developer wants to come. You're telling me there's discretion, but I don't know if I'm comfortable enough to know that there's discretion when we're dealing, from one tree to maybe multiple trees.
So what I could
it would
suggest
be a
is
new fee.
Sure. So what I could suggest is that we can amend the language that would say tree removal permit for development as the $328, and then the hourly rate for individual homeowners.
And do we know what is generally the hourly rate?
The hourly rate is $164.
164. And generally, how long does it take to do a permit for a tree in private
It's
residence?
really dependent. If it requires staff to go out and measure it, or to determine if if it meets certain thresholds and certain criteria in the code related to protected species and/or historic trees, then it would require more time.
And, the reason I bring this up, because I know, obviously, our resources kind of have dwindled in this area. We don't do as much tree trimming. And so if we're going to be imposing a new fee on residents when they, maybe it's a haphazard, or, I know that, I have a tree that is not so healthy that I'll probably have to be removing in the next few years. We didn't have a permit fee, and now we are. So that's the only thing that I'm becoming concerned with, that it's not clear. And I think that it's, in terms of the charges, it's a little unfair. So I think, I don't know if I guess the hourly rate, that would make me feel a little bit more comfortable, but I'm still, I don't know if I could support the current permit fee as stated. And so I guess I'll leave it there. Another question that I had, you also have a new fee for the time extension and continuation of scheduled item at a request of an applicant.
Right.
What do those apply?
These are specifically for tentative tract map extensions, which require going to Planning Commission, and tentative parcel map extensions, which do not need to go to Planning Commission. The parcel map extension would be $656. The tentative tract map extension would be $1181. Essentially, we have to verify that we can extend the CEQA coverage of those particular maps, and we can ensure that we have documented appropriately that they have been extended. And then I have staff here if we need additional information.
What have we done
I'm coming
to
back.
date when these things happen? Like, do we charge?
We have not charged, except for noticing for the Planning Commission, which means that the general fund and other applicants are absorbing that cost.
Okay. And is this typical? Other local cities have these types of fees?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Then I wasn't clear on I think it's page 31, there's a temporary use permit. Just wondering what that would be used for.
So, for example, Councilmember Olivier just asked about earlier today about our vendors that are on private property. So if you're going to use a property temporarily, the development code actually allows for you to do that, but we need to provide your permit so people know that you're there legitimately and that has been approved. So temporary use permits range anywhere from events to vendors who are on a site.
Who are on a public site?
Private.
Private site. And what did we charge before? Was it just...
We did not have a temporary use permit provision.
So when people came to ask...
They just went out and used property without getting clearance necessarily.
So what kind of event again was it?
Councilmember Olivier was specifically asking about the phone vendors.
Okay. And so what about for, I guess, street closures and that, it doesn't apply to any of that stuff?
Street closure is a public right-of-way, so that's a different, so the zoning code, the development code covers private property.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
If I could, council member, I was discussing your concern over the tree permit for private property. I concur, and I've talked to staff. We're willing to amend and agree that we should amend that for homeowners. There'll be no fee, and there's no requirement to get a permit. If they need to remove a tree from their private residence, then they should have the ability to do that.
Perfect. Thank you. The other questions I had were related to the solid waste rates. Is there someone here? There's a skip fee.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
guess what that, can you explain that, and what did we do before?
The skip fee is a fee that we're introducing this year for customers who continually put their containers out late. We've been keeping kind of detailed data as far as how many people are actually skipped. We drive past that location and fail to pick up their container. And those that actually just don't put it out on time, and then we're forced to bring a truck back to service it later on. It also incorporated 2 free skips in the year for customers so that we can make sure that, there's a mistake, it's a mistake. Okay. But if it's something that we have a pattern that's a constant, that way we could address it through not subsidizing it with the other ratepayers by sending that truck back out.
The 1129 covers? You guys think
covers us sending a truck specifically to that address.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
I don't know if this is on the water rate section. Is there anyone here? Water. There's an increase on the service restoration. I don't know if page 37. I guess what is the fee for the service restoration? Like if someone doesn't have water or failed to pay their water bill and they need service restored?
Correct.
Yeah.
Actually, this may be a UBS. Sure. I believe this is the removal of a blind washer. For us, that's what it is, correct? This is us sending staff back out to reinitiate service when we've had to go and pull the meter and blind washer a location.
Mr. Schubert?
Yes, sir.
You and I understand what...
Blind washer, gotcha.
Thank you.
Apology. When we have someone whose water has been turned off repeatedly and they illegally turn it back on, we then have to pull the meter out and actually put a washer in between where the meter would go to stop service to that location until such time as we drop a meter back in.
And this is when somebody is refusing to pay their utility bill. We have shut off the water, and they go back in and turn the water back on, so it's a water theft issue. So we go in and block the service, and then in order to restore, we have to go back out again, but they also have to pay that bill.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Sorry about that.
No problem. And then I have a question on the CFDs. I noticed that there are annexation processing fees and that are new. Just wondering, and I know that there's specifics to 9 and 11. Is that, I guess maybe can you explain, so we haven't been charging a fee, or how did that work?
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. These 2 fees are new to the master fee schedule, but they're actually identical to what we've been charging for over 10 years. Okay. We had one developer who had indicated a strong feeling that they should be in the master fee schedule rather than the processing charge, which has been widely advertised. We've never had any complaint or criticism on that. And also just informationally for the council, we are well under the city of Clovis on a comparable charge for the same item.
Perfect. I just wanted to clarification. Thank you. And then one other question that I have on transportation on fax. I know that we have some rates for like 31-day reduced fare passes, and I guess we're introducing ride cards and so forth. Is there anyone here from Transit? Or maybe Bruce?
If someone could point me to the right page. What page are we looking at, Council?
39.
39.
I guess my only question is, so I see that we're introducing these different ride cards, the 31-day pass and so forth, and we have reduced fare passes for seniors, people with disability, and Medicare card holders. Just curious, have you guys thought about talking to State Center Community College District to encourage some of our Fresno City College students? In particular, I'm interested, they're in my district, but there's also the Clovis Community College folks and Fresno State to, I went to school in Berkeley, and it was a college town. Most of us used the bus ride. We had a specific bus pass that we got. It really encouraged students to ride the bus. Have we engaged State Center, Fresno City College?
So we can, I'm not sure about State Center Community College District. They may have. I know with Fresno State, a program was started where we have a special bus pass, which counts the trips that the students take, and then we bill Fresno State and they reimburse us for those trips. As far as the 31-day pass, historically, the department has had a pass that started at the first of the month, and so what we're introducing is a 31-day pass. So if you walk in on the 15th of November, it's good for 31 days. So in the past, if you bought a pass on the 10th or 15th of November,
but only good for 15 days.
That's right. So what we're trying to do is provide more value and more flexibility to the customer.
Right.
Well,
I'd also like to encourage us to reach out to Fresno City College and see if maybe we can enter into some agreement with them or provide a reduced fare for students that are, if they can prove that they're registered for the year or for the semester, that they also take advantage of a reduced fare fee. I think it would help increase our ridership as well.
No, if they haven't done that, I will actually direct them to do the same thing.
Incentive. Is there any way that I could add this to? I know there's a couple of things that we're going to come back with, but could we come back and see if we can add the community college students as part of the?
It wouldn't be in the master fee schedule, similar to what we have with Fresno State. It would be a contract or an agreement, and we would bring the agreement back to council for your approval.
But that's Fresno City College would be reimbursing you guys.
Yes.
If that doesn't happen, though, and hopefully that would be a great way. But if that doesn't happen, I'd still like to explore a reduced for students, a reduced fare. If that doesn't happen, because they would be paying out of pocket, right? It wouldn't be the community college paying for the transportation.
Correct. And I would recommend that we move forward with the master fee schedule as it is proposed when it comes to transit fares, that the department, if they haven't reached out to State Center Community College District, that they do to see if they can enter into a program through State Center Community College District similar to what we have with Fresno State. There may be some air district funds that could be used to help subsidize the program. And if that isn't successful, then we can come back and consider that. But when you get into discounting trips for students, we have a program with Fresno State because we provide the majority of their transportation because of the way the students go to and from different locations, but it would have an impact on the revenue generated from the fare box as a result of discounting that even further. So that's something for you to consider because a good portion of FACT's ridership are students, both high school as well as college students.
Okay. Well, then I'd like to, as you mentioned, encourage our transportation director to reach out to State Center, or at minimum, at least Fresno City College or Carol Goldsmith, the president. Okay, perfect. And then lastly, just on similar on transportation, there's a waiver, page 40. The transit director is authorized to waive or reduce fares for special promotional events. Is that something that has been there before? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Next up is Member Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. Is there currently a motion on the floor?
There's an amended motion by Member Quintero, a second by Member Baines.
Okay. What?
You know what? That's a good question, Councilmember Olivier. And Council President, does our motion include adopting staff's recommendation with the amendments? Councilmember Quintero, is that how we have it? I
have a solution.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify because I know where you were going with that. That's a good question.
Yeah, I think what I understand the motion is that you would support staff's recommendations with the exclusion of 2 items.
Right.
One was the senior, and the other one was the swim lessons.
And the tree? And the tree, are you including the tree removal?
I have a solution to all of this. I have a solution to all of this. And what I would like to do is I would like to ask the maker of the motion and the second. I think that we have enough questions as a council and enough concerns that we would be interested. I would like to see this put off for more discussion with staff and meetings with staff. Maybe we can change this fee schedule in a positive way if we have a chance to sit down and talk about it with staff. However, I do believe that the development and resource management fees in terms of code enforcement should probably be adopted today. So my request would be that we amend the motion to adopt the DARM fees today, and every other request in terms of swimming and golf fees and the tree removal and all that, we take a couple weeks to sit with staff and figure something out and then bring that back. And that would be my request.
Oh, shit.
I just wanted to drain the swamp, and here comes all the alligators. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'll accept the... Yeah.
Thank you, Member Quintero.
Thank you for that insight. And I think we always should take meetings beforehand, and that saves a lot of time on the dais, and we can get to more specific issues.
And so the motion is to adopt DARM fee schedule right now, and then to postpone and bring it back for later. Thank you, everyone.
Is that agreeable to the maker and the second? That's a positive. So all those in favor, excuse me. Yeah, the screen is clear. Thank you. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Next, we're going to go on our 10 o'clock timed item. It's a TEFRA hearing to consider the issuance of revenue bonds by the California Affordable Housing Agency. Good morning, Mr. Lima.
Good morning, council members. Mike Lima, Finance Director Controller for the City of Fresno. Before you today is a resolution approving the issuance of up to $9.25 million in tax-exempt bonds by the California Affordable Housing Agency. The agency will use the proceeds of this issue to pay for improvement at Kingsview Estates, located at 2705 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Under the Tax, Equity, and Financial Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, the governing body of the entity where the facilities that gain the benefit from the bond issue are located must hold a hearing to receive public testimony and approve the issuance of the refunding bonds. This hearing was noticed in the Fresno Bee on October 14, 2016, and to date we have received no testimony either for or against this issue. Payment of these bonds would be the sole responsibility of the authority from their revenue streams. The city will have no obligation or liability associated with this facility or these bonds. Staff recommends that council conduct the required TEFRA hearing and at its conclusion adopt the resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the California Affordable Housing Agency. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take this out to the public for public comment. Please come forward and give us your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
This is my neighborhood because I was born right across the street from there. I know doggone well I'm almost 70. We shouldn't give nobody no bonds. I don't care who it is until they come up here and tell me, is these capital improvement project folks upstairs running this thing, getting all this money in bond? Who's running this here? Is the city of Fresno the boss down here? Everybody, there's nothing come up on this here council that you guys are talking about, that you guys have the power to say. I got to charter these national folks up here. They making all the concerns. They tell you what clothes to wear. The mayor got to wear good clothes. You guys got to dress up to wear good clothes. They tell you probably how to go to the bathroom. This don't make sense to me. Take asking to give you some funds for the rehabilitation, and that means for the infrastructure and stuff, like they're going to take something away. Okay, the King Estate, what they're going to do for certain other matters. What is that certain other matters? They don't say. It says affordable housing. They're not affordable. Agency, who are they? For the purpose of financing, acquisition, they should be paid for. Rehabilitation, improvement, equipment of the King. No. You guys are getting rich off of the people on the west side of Fresno, and I got a paper over here that's saying all these signs over there says east. How in the hell did I get to be east when I was born in southwest Fresno? And I got the paper in my purse, and I'm going to put it up on the screen, and I gave a copy to the Board of Supervisors. My district over there is a mess. They ain't not doing nothing for us. Nothing. I don't care what nobody says. And you guys approve everything, and these people upstairs are making all the decisions. Who are these folks? The Nationals? Who's that? Public Works. That's an organization, some kind of criminal organization. Them people, I read books. Nobody's telling us who these folks are. We giving them all the money. Nobody's being saying nothing. You guys like a little puppet. I'm sick of it. I want the FBI to come down here and go through this whole place because I got stuff to tell every damn one of them. In that school, too. Mr. Bandu would tell you, I gave him papers that saying Southwest Fresno is not supposed to be owned by no black folks, Negroes. Show him the paper, Mr. Bandu. And then they're going to say, that's Mr. Palmer, that's redevelopment. The city council is a redevelopment agency. The city council is a redevelopment agency board. That's the conflicts. Where's all that money going? Who are you working for? Redevelopment? The same people's coming back? The people upstairs, the national people? These people around here is getting all the money and the bonds, and the people out here is getting nothing? All you guys talking about raising fees, raising money, raising for the poor people, raising for anybody's against the law if it ain't right. This stuff don't make sense. What about us? We elected you guys. Those people cannot put you in here. The voters. Thank you very much.
Anyone else in the public wish to come forward and add some comments? This is the time. Seeing none, back up here. The screen is clear. Do I have a motion? Motion by Member Baines. I'll second it. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 6-0 with Member Soria absent. Okay, next is number 2 of the 10 a.m. timed items regarding the designation of properties for local register of historic resources, and I assume we'll have a quick presentation.
Good morning. Karana Hattersley Drayton here, Historic Preservation Project Manager for the City of Fresno, with 2 nominations, considerations for the local register of historic resources. Having a little problem here. From District 3, Councilmember Baines. The owners of 2 adjacent properties located on a really lovely stretch of North Yosemite Avenue have requested in writing that their properties be considered for the local register. And the review of the homes was considered at a publicly noticed meeting, September 26th. The first house is the Wilbur and Edna Marie Chandler home. That's a name that probably should resonate. This is a 2-story prairie box designed with arts and crafts influence, built around 1916, home of Senator and Mrs. Wilbur Chandler from 1919 to 1932. And the Chandlers, of course, Senator Chandler was in business with Chester Rowell, but they're probably best known for the donation of 100 and then 10 more acres in southwest Fresno, which became our Fresno Municipal Airport, and it's known today as Chandler Airfield. Here's a really nice historic picture from 1919. And immediately north of that, and that shared up until way past 1970, the same parcel, is a 1915 1- to 2-story home Mission Revival. It's really a wonderful house of just brick construction, masonry brick with a whole lot of different patterns in it, built by the gentleman who owned it, who was a bricklayer, and this was his, like I said, his masterpiece. The first owner, Homer Allen, that's why it's called the Homer Allen Home. Staff and HPC recommendations to the council are that the Chandler home is eligible for listing on Fresno's local register under criterion 2 for its association with the Chandler family, under 3 as a distinct expression of the prairie in a rare use of Flemish bond, and for its association with our sort of early expansion of streetcar suburbs, and that the Homer Allen home right next door is eligible for listing under criterion 3 as a unique example of a Mission Revival residence of masonry brick construction, also eligible as part of this neighborhood, part of a streetcar suburb, and a really lovely little street. So that's my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anyone in the public wish to comment on that presentation? This is the time. You give us your name and
I do,
address.
Mr. President, Mr. Caparillo. It's amazing when I watch the television, Geographic and everywhere else. All these, even China and everybody got beautiful buildings, beautiful everything, old orchards, and we pay a lot of money goes over there to see all these buildings. But when you come over here, what do we see? These chicken coops across the street supposed to be out downtown, Granville's homes over here, whatever these things are. What do we got to offer the people to come and see? One historical house, and my Hunt's Cafe should have been historical if anything. That's the oldest community is, with a Negroes community, and they tore it up. Where's our Southwest Fresno at in the first place and all about money? You want history, go to the Southwest Fresno and get history. And the sign's going to tell you we in Southeast, and that's against the law, and that's these papers right here. I'm going to put on the screen after a while. So what I want to know is, how is these buildings so, where's our historic buildings? We don't have any. They tear them up and then they bring new buildings because the profit sharing goes up. Once you get the built people off the property from that Proposition 13, all that money goes, the property value goes up and then they get all that money. Look at that money stream Proposition 13 come. And then them tax increments, as long as that ground is vacant, all that tax increment come like out there Dan Run Creel Drive out there by the Park Road in his business district. All this is a big joke up here. They got a scam going on up in here. Every damn body in here got scam going up in here that I can see in my face, because if you wasn't, you'd be working for the city of Fresno and the taxpayer who put you up here like right now. I'm a Republican now. I got out of that liberal Democrat crap. I'm not going to be up in here in that limo. I'd rather be with Donald Trump any day than be up here with those. Look what Democrats got us. I'm still in the same mess out there I've been for 70 years. Where's our houses? Where's our affordable school? Gave us a legal school out there gasping. All them buildings, stank houses, like he been up there to talk about sewage and stuff. All of those raw sewage we got out there smelling our neighborhood up there, killing kids. And talk about air quality. How bad is our air quality can get, Mr. Baines, before you can come and do something about it besides go up there and look pretty up there in Washington, D.C.?
Wait, Fresno B, Channel 30, did you get that? Barbara's a Republican now.
Yes. I love it. I'm going to bring all my Democrats in to be a Republican.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Sir, would you like to give us your name and address?
My name is Michael Leary. I'm the owner of 548 North Yosemite. I want to thank you for your consideration for what Karana has put together for my house and the one next to it. She's provided a lot of history that I didn't know about. I was under the assumption my house was 80-something years old, and it turned out to be 101 years old. And the history she surprisingly gave me about the origin of the house answered a lot of questions and opened a lot more. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else wish to speak on this, please come forward. Seeing none, back up here to the council. Member Baines.
Thank you, Council President. So thank you for coming up and making that point, because obviously we want to make sure that anytime we place something in the historic registry that the ownership is agreeable to that. So I'll make a motion, Council President, that we approve staff's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion by Member Baines, seconded by Member Soria.
And just a point of personal liberty, I just want to just thank the Republican Party so much for taking on Barbara Hunt. Listen, I'll tell you, it has been clearly she's in the right place. I'll tell you that.
Okay, we're going to move right along now. Next is Member Quintero. You have the floor, sir.
Welcome back, Barbara. I've missed you. And you keep coming. Come on down. Yeah. I hear you. I'll be there.
That you couldn't bring it up because you can't be the person. You know it.
I'll be there.
So that's a crime.
I'll be there.
Say, I'll turn them in. All that money, I'm going to feed for you over there, turn them in.
God bless you. Karana, that was a great presentation. Thank you very much. Just a real quick question. Since you've been an army of one for the historical preservation, how many properties have you
Personally,
you gotten approved?
Oh my goodness.
Round figures.
Well, 2 historic districts, so that would be 120 or 150, and probably on my own, meaning, I did the surveys and then, of course, the commission, and you adopted it, another 50 or so, I think. So we have about 400 properties, and of course we have many, many, many more that
Since
are
you've
eligible.
been doing the preservation.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Screen is cleared. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. I think I'll take something out of order. I've seen some citizens that have been very patient. Item 2G, that's a workshop on wireless telecommunication facilities. That's Public Works. Good morning, Mr. Benelli. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Give me just a minute to get the PowerPoint ready. Going to still work with the no. It's PDF. There we go. Thank you, sir. Good morning. I'm Andrew Benelli with the Public Works Department. Here this morning with a policy, a workshop on a proposed policy for wireless telecommunication facilities in the right-of-way. You might ask, why do we need a new policy? And there's a lot of reasons. Technology has changed so much from when we used to have landlines and now to all cell phones, and even past that to the really internet over our phones and smartphones. We do have originally we had lines, then we went to fiber. Now we're seeing that most of the systems are switching to a wireless. I know not a lot of people still have a desk phone or a landline at their house. Everyone's just gone wireless. Our current standards do address on-site telecommunication facilities on private property and underground facilities, ADA clearance, and conversion of overhead to an underground with new development. And a policy is needed for wireless telecommunication facilities in the right-of-way. Why do we need a policy? Well, there's a need for more and faster cell phone. The service has really exploded. And we have wireless providers that are competing for more antenna locations and better coverage. The city has policy and standards for below-grade infrastructure, but no policies for poles, antennas, and cabinets. State and federal laws require that cities allow public utilities within the right-of-way. California Court of Appeals and the Ninth Circuit Court have upheld the city's right to discretionarily grant wireless carriers access to city right-of-way. And municipalities can charge a processing fee but cannot charge rent for using the right-of-way, but the city can lease streetlight poles that are city-owned facilities and also traffic signal poles. The cities do have the right to regulate the aesthetics and establish standards, and we have some citizens who've expressed concerns about radio frequency emissions, and I will say that experts have determined that there's really no risk from these micro towers or small cell towers with radio frequencies, and the law has determined that we cannot regulate them based on concerns about radio frequency emissions. The city cannot legally prohibit facilities within the right-of-way if the applicant is certified as a public utility provider. And many of the cell phone companies are public utility providers. The existing policy that we have was prepared by Development and Resource Management Department, and it was drafted and addresses cell towers on private property, but not within the right-of-way. And we do see that mobile providers are providing or installing small cell towers within the right-of-way in many cities, and we have received several applications. So some of the goals and the elements of the new policy are to encourage co-location of cell facilities, to request or require that new poles are set back from intersections and driveways to provide a better line of sight for motorists, require that there's 5 feet of sidewalk clearance for a clear path of travel, meet ADA requirements, also to prohibit new poles in front of single-family or multifamily homes unless they're behind a block wall. That would be the case when we have single-family homes with a collector arterial street adjacent to them. The providers would be able to install the poles on the busy streets, but not within the neighborhood. And also, we need a policy so that our applicants or the permittees are required to move the poles if the street needs to be widened by the city, or if we're going to convert the power in the area to underground, or do other work that requires that they be moved. We do have that provision now with PG&E and with some of the other utility providers. So the criteria that's being suggested by the policy is that all new poles are metal. There'd be no restriction on existing wood poles. However, a permit would still be required. The height would be limited to 45 feet, but could go higher with the director approval. And I might say that just for a reference, most of our streetlights are between 25 and 30 feet in height, so 45 feet is fairly tall. Most of the power poles are not that high unless they're a transmission line. So 45 feet would exceed our streetlights. It would exceed most of the existing power poles. And I know there would be times when we would allow higher, usually because maybe it's a power pole and there needs to be a separation between the existing wires and the cell phone equipment or the antenna. So there would be times they'd be higher, but typically we would limit them to 45 feet. We'd also limit the base to a 24-inch base. That's a fairly significant size pole. We're asking that the equipment be either pole-mounted or concealed in some way. Also that the ground-mounted equipment would be discouraged, but we would allow one cabinet. And they could also mount equipment underground adjacent to the pole if they like, or on the pole itself. Also, if it's a new pole, we would require that the electrical service be underground. That wouldn't be the case if it was an existing wood pole. And also that the wires or the cables be inside conduit or actually in the pole if it's a metal pole. And there is an allowance for the director, Public Works Director, to make exceptions to that. The process would be for the providers to apply for a conditional use permit, and that is what they do now if they're going to put a pole on private property. So there's no change there. When they actually go to do the work, their contractor would also be required to have a street work permit. And they would be allowed to modify the existing facilities as long as they amended their CUP. They could add additional antennas or larger antenna if they needed to. And we're also recommending that they meet with staff for a pre-submittal conference, but it's not required. And it requires a site plan that shows where the pole would be located, shows the equipment that would be with the pole, and also the existing buildings, other street furniture, driveways, that type of information. And a permit must be renewed every 10 years. And the reason for that is really to address any changes that may have occurred in the 10 years. Also, that the permittee would be required to remove graffiti within 24 hours, or 48 hours, I'm sorry. And that the permittee must indemnify and hold harmless the city. And the permittee shall not use standby power generator except when the primary power is offline. So our next step would be to bring back the policy for your review and consideration on November 17th. And then after that, Public Works Department would develop applications and processing rules so that we could permit these towers within the right-of-way. With that, I'd open it up to any questions from council members.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your workshop presentation. First up is Member Brandau, followed by Member Soria.
Thank you, Andrew. And I really got your presentation clearly, but I'd like to take this time, I'd like to take this time to hear from the industry. They're sitting in the back. Mark or Julie, if one of you'd like to come up and make a cup. Oh, yeah. And while they're making their way up, what is this group of students that walked in today? Where are you guys from? Kepler on Fulton. Fantastic. And what grade? Well, thanks for joining us today. We hope we don't bore you to tears, but thank you for being here. Julie, thank you for being here. If you could just take a couple minutes and kind of give us a couple of thoughts.
Sure. Good morning. Good morning to all the council members. Julie Tone, Director of External Affairs for AT&T California, and Don Keller here is with me, and he is our technical engineer for AT&T for wireless. And so AT&T would like to be able to continue conversation with city staff regarding this policy. There are some issues and concerns that we have. We met with Mr. Bonelli yesterday and would like to continue that conversation involving AT&T legal and legal staff from the city if possible. And so we're very prepared to continue to meet with city staff and other industry members. I think it's critically important as we want to come together to formulate a great solution to continue to prepare to invest in the city and make sure that we have the 21st century technology that's necessary.
Okay. And Julie, are there any major concerns that you see, anything that we need to be aware of as council members that might be troubling?
So there's some concerns regarding process of permit and applications and how we go about that process and the timeline that it takes for us to complete those applications and be able to build in regards to 6409 and some other issues that we discussed yesterday with Mr. Bellany.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, Julie.
Sure.
Yep. I just wanted to take advantage of the fact that you were in the room today and ask that. So, Andrew, I guess my only request that is in the time that it takes for us to come back and vote on this policy, if you could at least take another meeting with them and make sure that the industry and the city of Fresno are working together to get the citizens that need these services the best results.
And we plan to do that. I think they need a process just as much as we do. So
perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Member Soria?
Just echoing some of the same, I guess, words that were just shared by my council colleague in terms of making sure that we are engaging the appropriate stakeholders. I know that AT&T is here, and I'm glad to see them here and them providing their comments. There are other folks as well that this may be relevant to. So I'd highly encourage you guys to seek out the input. I'd also like to see, have we looked at what other local cities kind of, similar to our size are doing as it relates to these policies?
Our policy is similar to some of the larger cities. Many of the smaller cities or the cities in this area have not addressed cell towers in the right-of-way. But our policy is similar to what some of the large cities have done.
Okay. And when will you guys be sharing that with us? I'd like to have some time to also look at it rather than just have 1 week and then you guys bring it and have me vote on it. I'd like to take some time to also...
Be happy to send that to you, but it was on the agenda at the last council meeting.
And it got pulled?
It got pulled, but it's probably still listed in the city's website.
Okay. If you could email that to me, that would
Certainly.
be great. And I'd like to take a meeting with you to further discuss this issue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, the screen is clear. Thank you for your comments and the workshop. We appreciate it. We're going to move on to another workshop, but I wanted to ask the students just to say welcome to our Fresno City Council meeting. And we look at you as future voters, and your interest here will make you a better voter because you'll be involved and understand a little bit about city process. Do any of you have a question or two you'd like to ask us about what we're doing today? Or if you'd like to, this is an opportunity, and we welcome those questions. Yes, sir. Well, why don't you come on up and we'll make it not formal, but come up to the microphone. Don't be shy. If you could tell us your name and what grade you're in and then ask that question, we can all hear it and we can each chime in with an answer perhaps.
My name is Hayden. I'm in 8th grade and we came in late, so I'm just wondering if you're discussing only the landlines, like expanding the telephone stuff for the landlines, or are you also trying to do cell towers?
We're actually discussing all the above and the transition from landlines to fiber and then now to wireless and how it's going to impact our city, not only the services, but the poles themselves, their diameters, height, and those sorts of things. So it doesn't look bad in our community, so we can be proud of our community.
So if I could, Council President, for the young man, the item that the council is discussing is as we move to wireless technology, landlines and the underlying infrastructure that you could find with fiber optics and as your cables generally connected, the industry is also looking to put like mini cell towers in the neighborhoods and in sidewalks and along the streets. So the question is, how tall are they going to be allowed to be, how wide, and where they will be located? Because, again, like anything else with a street light or a telephone pole, you don't want to all of a sudden have your streets lined with little mini cell towers. So that's what we're trying to strike a balance with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Hayden. Anybody else like to ask a question? All right, well, thanks for being here, and we're going to go to another workshop, and you'll be able to hear this from the beginning.
Council President, can I just say one quick thing?
Of course.
I want to just encourage you guys. I know you guys are in the 8th grade, but next year you guys will be in high school. The City of Fresno just launched its first youth commission. So we want to encourage you guys to apply when you guys are in high school. There's 2 positions per district per council member. So just encourage you guys, if you guys are interested in learning more about local government, get involved and apply for our youth commission.
Next, we're going to go to the 2B workshop. And this is discussing impact fee updates for major streets, traffic signals, fire, police, parks, and water capacity.
Good morning, Council President and council members. I'm Scott Mosier with the Public Works Department. And once again, this is a workshop today. So just to clarify, we're not asking or recommending the council to take any action on this particular item. This actually came up for discussion very briefly during the master fee schedule, and as discussed by our budget manager, Jane Sumter, this would require subsequent action by the council. Today, our goal is to provide some background to the council, to inform the council about recent developer stakeholder meetings, where we've discussed these nexus studies and tentative fee amounts with the industry, also to provide a preview of what we propose to bring forward in December before the council, and again, provide opportunity for question and answer, some discussion, and for staff to receive any feedback from the council. Altogether, again, we'll try to be as concise, clear, and brief as possible, but this one item really does encompass 7 different development impact fees. 2 of those are street fees, and then the other 5, of course, traffic signals, police, fire, parks, and a newly proposed water capacity fee. So we'll be doing a brief overview of AB 1600, the Mitigation Fee Act, and walking the council through each of these fees. And once again, there have been discussions with the development community with pretty broad invitations, good participation. We've had 3 different meetings to discuss groupings of these fees. With that, I wanted to introduce to you a consultant team for which the council approved a contract about 2 years ago. That's Economic and Planning Systems. And I'm going to turn over the first part of the presentation to Ellen Martin with EPS. Thank you.
Good morning, Council, and thank you, Scott, for that introduction. Again, my name is Ellen Martin, and I'm an Executive Vice President with Economic and Planning Systems. The City engaged EPS to prepare Nexus study updates for the major streets, fire and police, and park facility impact fees. Today I'd like to offer first a brief overview of the Development Impact Fee Program and associated processes, after which City staff and I will go into detail regarding each of the individual fee program updates. And we'll be available to answer any questions that you might have. But before I begin, a little bit about EPS. We are an urban economics consulting firm that's engaged in the full spectrum of services related to real estate development, the financing of public infrastructure and facilities and services, land use planning, and government organization. So our firm has been in business for about 30 years, serving both public and private sector clients. And over those 30 years, we've conducted hundreds of similar Nexus studies on behalf of local jurisdictions. I've been with EPS for about 11 years, over which time my practice has primarily focused on development impact fees, infrastructure and public facility finance, and real estate market and development feasibility. With me today, I'd like to introduce Allison Schaefer. Allison's a senior technical associate with EPS, and she conducted much of the technical work on the major street fire and police Nexus studies. She's been with EPS for well over 25 years. And so she'll be available to answer any questions that may arise. So moving now to the topic of this slide, some background regarding development impact fees in general and their role in funding infrastructure and public facilities. So a development impact fee is a one-time fee charged on new development to mitigate that new development's impact on the need for new or expanded public infrastructure and facilities. So as the city adds new residents and employees, that new service population will require improved roadways and water service, as well as police and fire and recreation and other facilities. So a development impact fee program offers a mechanism by which those new beneficiaries of that new infrastructure and new public facilities pay for them, effectively shifting the burden from to the beneficiaries of the new infrastructure and public facilities and off of the general tax and away from a general taxpayer obligation funded by the general fund. So in this revenue-constrained environment, more and more local governments are moving to development impact fee programs as a way to ensure that new development funds the new infrastructure and facility needs that they are generating. So development impact fee programs must adhere to the appropriate state statutes. In the case of major streets, fire, police, and parks, those requirements are set out in the Mitigation Fee Act, also known as AB 1600. So AB 1600 requires that local governments prepare a nexus study that demonstrates that there is a rational nexus or relationship between the proposed fees and the needs that are created by the new development on whom those fees would be imposed. So the nexus study must therefore make the following findings. It must identify the purpose of the fee and how revenues generated by that fee program will be used. It must determine how there is a reasonable relationship between the fee's use and the type of development project on which the fee is imposed. So in other words, how does new development benefit from the fee-funded facilities? It then must also determine how a reasonable relationship exists between the need for the public facility and the type of development project on which the fee is imposed. So in other words, how does a proposed development project actually generate the need for that facility? A simple example would be roadways in a new growth area. So project residents would require new roadway facilities in order to provide basic access to and from the project. So they generate the need for those new roadway facilities. And then finally, the nexus study must demonstrate a reasonable relationship between the amount of the fee and the cost of the public facility, or the portion of the public facility that's attributable to development on which the fee is imposed. So to satisfy this requirement, the nexus study apportions the costs of fee-funded facilities between land uses based on the relative benefit, which is measured in various ways, that each land use derives from the fee-funded facilities. So for instance, a larger single-family unit housing more people likely generates more need for police and fire services than does a multifamily unit on a per-unit basis, and is likely to demand more police and fire services, so therefore they would pay a proportionately higher fee. So this slide offers an overview of the analytical components of a development impact fee program. So we start with the demographic and land use analysis, which establishes the land uses and the service population.
I'm sorry, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Can you just rewind to the part where you were talking about the impact of single family versus multifamily?
On a per unit basis.
Okay.
So if you're talking about persons served by, say, police and fire facilities, then if you have more people in a single family unit, then they would demand additional services. On a per acre basis, and I suspect this is where you're going, you'd see more demand for police and fire services from your higher density multifamily
Okay, but if there's a family of 4 in a home
Mhm.
and a family of 6 or 8 in a home, it just figures that the home that's home where 6 to 8 people reside will demand more service. Is that
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And there are 6 to 8 people benefiting from the presence of police and fire operations
As opposed
in the area.
to 3 or 4 people. But okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
So from the demographic and land use analysis, we then move into the capital facilities analysis. So this analysis determines what facilities are needed to serve those land uses and the associated service population. So from that, the city develops a project list and associated cost estimates for those facilities that will be funded by the impact fee program. So then, back to your point, we move into our cost allocation, through which we allocate the total costs to the various land use categories to determine each land use's proportionate share of fee-funded costs, which is then translated into a fee per acre, per unit, building square foot, or some other appropriate metric. And then all this analysis is rolled up into our technical nexus study report, which establishes the legal nexus between new development and the proposed fees. So what can and cannot be funded by an impact fee program? As we've discussed, new improvements required to serve new development are eligible for impact fee funding. Also, to the extent that the city has advance funded any facilities to the benefit of new development, impact fee programs can include a buy-in component, whereby as new development proceeds, they pay their fair share of that facility. And relatedly, debt service and associated financing costs for those new and oversized facilities are also an eligible impact fee funded item. And then, of course, we can include fee program administration and updates. Ineligible costs. So most importantly, development impact fee programs cannot fund any improvements required to serve existing development. So to the extent that the city is not achieving its service level standards for existing development, the city cannot require new development to resolve those service level deficiencies through an impact fee program. And then also operations and maintenance. The impact fee program focuses solely on the construction of capital facilities. The operations and maintenance of those facilities are funded via other sources.
You know, I'm going to just jump in really quick right here, because I've got to ask this question. So we have an impact fee program now. This isn't different than that, or are we adding to that?
If I can.
Yeah.
Yes, we do have an impact fee program now. It hasn't been updated since 2007. So
five in the case.
5. I'm trying to hedge. So it's 11 years old, and so the fees in themselves are 11 years old.
Yeah, they're outdated. What you're saying?
Yeah, they're a little outdated, and so. In fact, I think Councilmember Brand would also attest, if I just did the future value calculation of what the fee is in today's dollars, we're woefully behind the curve. This presentation is being made because we are going to be meeting with the stakeholders. We've already done a presentation with the stakeholders, but the plan is to make this presentation to you today. And then we will come back to you on December 8th with final recommendations as to proposed changes to the impact fee program.
No, I got it. I just was making sure this wasn't a different impact fee program, because we have one, and I'm like, this sounds like exactly why we do all the fees now. You're just kind of walking us through a refresher on why we do impact fees and everything. Okay.
And we'll get to also to the city manager's point about where the fees would be had you been escalating them since 2005 and comparing that to our proposed fee updates.
Since we're all chiming in, you mentioned at the outset of your presentation a one-time fee. Mm-hmm. How would you address ongoing costs and maintenance?
So there are various mechanisms to address ongoing costs and maintenance that would be addressed through various, general fund or CFD for services or other mechanisms that the city has to maintain parks and roadway facilities.
So as she indicated, what we do now, we hadn't done, is that to cover the ongoing costs, we have created community facilities districts. And those community facilities districts to a great extent cover the ongoing costs and maintain the assets within that development. Everything else that was approved prior to that, that's generally the general fund that is covering the costs of maintaining those neighborhoods.
Can you include a potential CFD cost based upon our experience and include that in the one-time fee rather than go back for CFD and all that process, which may not be successful?
CFD is a completely different process, and we'll get into this, so if you hold on. But one of the things that's going to be unique in this program that's being proposed that hasn't been considered in the past is that there will be a consumer price index, for a lack of a better term, an annual escalator, so that your lease from time value of money remain constant.
Thanks, Bruce. I'm on the maintenance mantra that you've instilled in us, or at least me, in the last 4 years. Yeah, I get it, and I appreciate it sincerely. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, so if there are no further questions on kind of the overview portion of the presentation, I'd like to hand it back to Andy, who will talk about the Major Street Impact Fee update.
Morning again, Andrew Bonelli, Public Works Department. I'm going to talk through our Major Street Impact Fees. We do have 2 fee programs for streets. The first being the regional street impact fees, and then also the new growth street impact fees. And these funds are utilized by the city to match grants and also for street widening projects that are related to new growth. The regional street fees are assessed citywide, so if you build any place in the city, you pay this fee currently. And it funds some of the major streets like Veterans, Friant, Jensen, Herndon, Temperance, Shaw, Willow, Marks, McKinley, and Kings Canyon, and that's all that it funds, is those streets. It's not used for any other streets. And we are recommending a slight reduction, which might surprise you. I think that's unusual in that we haven't increased these for many years. But the reason that we're recommending a reduction in this fee is because with the 2035 general plan, a lot of the street widths are reduced, especially on these 7 or 8 streets. Also, some of the improvements that were included in the analysis are being performed by high-speed rail. So this fee is actually being proposed to be reduced. And I might also mention that
I was wondering if Councilmember Brando, you caught that right?
And
I'm taking notes over here.
And you might wonder how we determine these fees, but we have a very large Excel spreadsheet that we track all of the improvements that have been completed and all the improvements that are left to be done within the sphere of influence. And also all the bridges that need to be widened or replaced, all of the railroad tracks that need to be improved. The revenue last year was $1.1 million in this fund. And currently, this is kind of a revolving fund in that if a developer makes an improvement, he gets either fee credit or he gets a payment to reimburse him for those improvements. So if a development occurs on one of these streets, say Willow, and they're required to widen the street, that's reimbursable. They'll get either fee credit or they'll actually get reimbursed for the work, for the money. We also have the new growth area street impact fees, and these are just charged in the areas that are new growth. And we have a map in here that you'll see later of where the new growth areas are, but it's sort of north of Herndon and east of Clovis, give you kind of an idea. And the current debt in this program is $4.9 million. And so we have developers that have made improvements to some of the streets like Clinton or whatever street. They've made the improvements and they're waiting for their reimbursement. And we have developers who have been waiting over 5 years for reimbursement in this program. The revenue generated last year was $1.5 million in the new growth, and we are recommending some program changes. One of the changes would be that when a developer improves a median island and landscapes, that we would reimburse them for that cost. That's something that they're currently just doing out of their pocket, and they've been pretty vocal about wanting to be reimbursed for the landscaping. So we've included that. We've also included reimbursing developers for work on a trail. If that trail is adjacent to a street in the new growth area, they get reimbursed. We've also added in curb and gutter as a reimbursable item. The curb and gutter in the current program is not reimbursed. They are reimbursed for the travel lanes and the work they do on the street and the street widening. But the actual curb and gutter, they're not reimbursed. So we're recommending adding that into the program. The current regional street fee for a single-family home is $8,361. You can see we're recommending reducing that to $7,460, and that's 11% reduction in that fee. You can see the other reductions. The most substantial reduction would be on a retail component. We're recommending a 35% reduction for retail. There is a 9% increase for light industrial. And I know you may wonder why would the light industrial go up, and it's related to many factors, but our analysis indicated that we're seeing more jobs in the light industrial area and also smaller parcels. So this is a per acre charge.
Quick question. Give me an example of what light industrial would be as opposed to heavy industrial.
Business parks primarily are making up a lot of the light industrial. A good example would be the Hydro Business Park on Brawley and Shaw. Okay. There's a lot of new buildings going in there.
And so you're saying
light industrial.
That we're seeing the workforce increases in light industrial?
We do, and the analysis includes what's considered a Florida area ratio. That is the size of the building in relation to the size of the parcel. We're seeing that the building sizes are a little larger, the parcel sizes are a little smaller. So compared to the study that was done 8 years ago, I guess, or 9 years ago, we're seeing a little bit of a change in that part of the fee, in that just the analysis indicates that there's more traffic and more use generated by those businesses and those developments.
Got it.
And so that's the reason why that is the single increase in that fee. This next slide is kind of a comparison of of what the fee would be if we just took the 2007 fee, which is our current fee, and added inflation to it, the fee would go up substantially, but we're recommending a reduction. So the brown line there at the bottom is what's being proposed. Now this next slide looks at the new growth street improvements. And as I said, this is mainly areas where we're seeing tract home development. We are recommending a slight increase in the single family. It's a 2% increase. This fee also, we see a lot of reductions, and again, that's related to the new general plan that has a lot of the streets not as wide.
Let me jump back up again, and I may have you go back a little bit to go forward. So we have major street impact fees. Now I'm seeing the difference here. So there's a major street. So what do you, and you may have said this and I missed it, what do you kind of consider those major streets?
Well, the major streets are the arterials, the collectors. So all of the busy streets that have traffic signals, for the most part, qualify. Local streets, the developers build those themselves. So the streets with the home.
So we're lowering the. Okay, I get it. You're lowering the fees and the impact fees in those areas, and I can already think of some reasons why. Okay, now I get it. I see you're going to have kind of different fee sections for major and new growth areas. Okay.
So if you're building a home or any business, retail, in the new growth area, you're paying the regional street fee, you're also paying the new growth fee. So you pay both fees in that new growth area. Whereas if you're building in the infill area, you're paying just the regional street fee. And we're recommending some further reductions. You'll see that later in our presentation.
And that infill definition is what we've been using in the general plan, or what definition are we utilizing for infill as it relates to the impact fees?
It is related to a map, and the map is further back in here, and we'll get to that. But it's primarily infill is just roughly from Herndon south and from Clovis west. That's rough, but I can skip ahead if you want to see that slide of what.
Councilmember, if you remember the map in the general plan, the yellow area, which is, as he explained, pretty much anywhere in that, and we'll get to the map, but it's what was in the general plan before, so that those fees will be at not as high as in the new growth areas, and then of course under the Economic Expansion Act, the fees along the BRT corridors and the other provisions would even reduce the fees further.
Okay. You'll see later in the presentation we're going to make a recommendation that the fees in the downtown be even lower and along the BRT corridors, lower than the infill area.
Just real quick, and we'll get to that. There'll be new growth, there'll be infill, and then there'll be BRT in downtown. And there's a tiering of fees based on that.
Let's see, but going back to the recommendations in the new growth area, retail would see a 29% reduction, office a 3% reduction, light industrial a 28% increase, and heavy industrial a 12% increase. And it kind of shows where we would be if we had inflation and what we're proposing and what the 2007 fee was. I'm going to ask
and this may be a question more for Bruce, and because I'm looking at that light industrial increase of 28%, and so so help me understand this. If we see that, and in the other area we have a light industrial increase of 9%, so if we see an area where our city is growing, you said the job market in light industrial is going in the right direction, we see it thriving. Why are we raising their fees? I mean, wouldn't we want to? I don't know. I mean, if it's, and I could be way off on this, but if we're going in the right direction, why aren't we incentivized, that sector more by keeping their fees, lower?
And we do have waivers that are in place that would allow that.
Morning, Council Scott Mosier. Just to clarify, again, it's not a recommended increase based upon more development of that type occurring. As EPS has analyzed both general plan and the real data, what's actually occurring is it's more employment per square foot of that type of development. So in essence, the older fee study in 2007 said your typical light industrial development creates this much impact based upon the employment data at the time for that amount. What we're seeing is actually, and not just we in Fresno, but just in the state of California, is for a given, say, a 10,000 square foot building, there are actually more employees working in that same space. And so in terms of street impact, it's based upon traffic. How much?
It's intensity.
Right.
Okay.
So
that makes sense. So maybe it was communicated a little differently, where we thought that there were, obviously more jobs happening in light industrial, and so it's not that there are more jobs happening; it's just more intensity.
Yes,
intensity of use in these buildings.
Kind of like the air district's indirect source rule.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. I get it. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, Scott.
Thank you. We wanted to move on again. We'll try to keep moving through. As Mr. Bonelli mentioned, for the major street fees, the traffic signal fee program is predominantly a developer reimbursement program. Again, where, for example, a developer, maybe their fee on traffic signals is $30,000 for a new subdivision, but just because of where they are, they have to install a traffic signal for safety purposes. Their first one's in. They may spend $350,000 installing that signal, and then as other development occurs, just like streets, extending services for new growth, that developer who outlays that cash, that capital, gets reimbursed from others who pay fees. We've undertaken an update of this program. This one actually was adopted originally in 2004 and was updated in both 2005, 2006, and 2008. So it's our most recent update for the program. However, again, that is 8 years old. It's a fee charged on new development. And what does the traffic signal fee cover? It's both brand new signals where today we only have stop signs. It's upgrading older intersections where when they were first installed, or for a city of 500,000, they work fine with just what we call permissive phasing, red, yellow, green ball. They need to get upgraded for protected left turn phasing to handle more traffic. Some additional left turn lanes, right turn lane additions. We also cover our shared city Caltrans intersections, say where there are stop signs at a ramp, and again works fine, but due to new development, eventually needs a traffic signal to go in. And again, it's, as Andy mentioned with the streets, it's in essence a revolving fund. We currently have a $1.3 million developer reimbursement list, and we've received about just shy of $1 million in the last year as far as fee revenue. Components of the fee update, just like the other fee programs, we're updating for the 2035 general plan, which downsized some streets, eliminated...
Quick question, Scott.
Yes.
On that current debt to developers, that's only because as other development occurs, then that's how they get reimbursed?
That is correct.
So it's not because we don't have enough revenue. That's not why we have the debt, correct?
It's correct. What's occurred is that development, in essence, they've leapfrogged. They've gone into areas where, again, a developer puts in a traffic signal, and the rest of the development in the area has not occurred. So they're waiting in line then to get paid back for what's in excess of their fair share of that traffic signal cost. At one time, that waiting list actually was $2.5 million. And several years long. So we have been catching up on that over time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Some changes again with the general plan. We did make with the general plan some what we call level of service changes in traffic, where we're not trying to build as big and wide on streets and with signals, accepting some lesser levels of service in the infill and on transit corridors. That actually eliminated some previously planned improvements. Also with that added intensity of the general plan, it creates the need for some additional traffic signals. Great examples on Blackstone, Ventura, Kings Canyon. There are some intersections where a half-mile long is too long of a gap in between intersections, and maybe a quarter-mile signal will need to be added, kind of similar to Blackstone in San Jose as a signal today, or Blackstone in Griffith that handles that traffic. Some need to be added. Of course, just like the other fees, incorporating current construction cost in the program to get those updated. And with this type of analysis, we look at how much we have in the fund, how long is the reimbursement list. Lastly, one item that we've wanted to address with this fee update is a concept called pass-by reductions. Our current fee winds up adversely impacting some high-traffic retail generators like fast food restaurants, gas stations, and those types of uses wherein, for example, I'm at work and I'm headed home and I'm going to stop at the gas station to fill up. Today, that gas station's bearing, it's 2 trips, a trip in the driveway and a trip out of the driveway. What this recognizes is a percentage of that that's just related to home to work, home to shopping and such. So we'll show you how that plays out. Main goal on this slide is just to indicate that really the facilities covered by the TSMI is the acronym, Traffic Signal Mitigation Impact Fees. They are spread throughout the entire city. Lots of dots in the growth areas where we have no signals today, and there are lots of dots on the map in the core where older intersections need to be upgraded or some intermediate signals are to be added. There's also a blow-up of the downtown shown, where again, as we look in cultural arts or Chinatown area, they just simply have not developed with the density planned to the general plan. And eventually, those areas will have signalized intersections, much like the rest of the eastern part of downtown. We wanted to provide some examples. The recommendation is a 5.84% increase. Again, if we don't have a slide showing how that compares with inflation, but it's much, much lower than if we had inflated. And again, a lot of that is due to reducing capital costs with the 2035 general plan. How that would affect some common uses. Today, a single-family home is just about $450. This would add $25 per home to that fee. Multifamily goes up $19. And so on down the list. The reduction I spoke of about pass-by is shown pretty well here with the second bullet to the bottom. Fast food restaurant today per square foot has a $23 fee because they're just simply such high traffic generators and result in the need for signals. And this cuts it nearly in half to $12.37 a square foot. Gets us more in line with some other cities who've employed similar measures. With that, unless there are any specific questions on traffic signal fees, I wanted to bring Ellen from EPS back up to talk through our public safety and parks.
All right. Thank you, Scott. So turning now to the fire facility impact fees. The purpose of the fire facility impact fee is to fund the construction of new or expanded fire facilities and the acquisition of equipment needed to accommodate new development. So the city's general plan offers service level standards in terms of firefighters and response times. And the fire facilities impact fee program includes those facilities that are needed to house that personnel and equipment in order to achieve those desired service level standards. So this slide identifies the new fire facilities that have been identified for fee program funding. The total amounts to approximately $63.8 million in planned facilities, including about $6.3 million for the shop facility, $12.6 million for the training facility, 6 new fire stations amounting to $29.8 million, and then a variety of other equipment needs. So also included is bond debt on existing and future fire facilities. Currently, so the fire facilities impact fee includes $19.9 million in debt service payments. Currently, the annual debt service payment is $1.4 million. And that is split on a 51-49% basis between the city's general fund and the impact fee program. So the impact fee revenue share of that debt service is approximately $686,000 But in recent years, the impact fee revenue generated by the program has been insufficient to fund that amount, coming in at about $527,000, meaning that the general fund then had to backfill that debt service payment.
So that's going to be an important topic, because when we get to parks, it's the same thing. So in a lot of ways, well, not a lot of ways, the general fund is subsidizing infrastructure that was built and that we took debt on to support new growth. So the amount of revenue coming in that was supposed to cover that debt service has not been sufficient, so the general fund is indeed subsidizing those new growth areas. Look at me with an inquisitive look. The amount of revenue, if we could go back to that slide, that is needed to cover the portion of the debt needs to be $686,000 a year. Parks is in the same position because of the amount of new fire stations that we built in the mid-2000s. The amount of revenue that's coming in is actually $527,000. So in order to cover that delta, in order to meet that debt, the general fund is writing a check for about $160,000 on an annual basis in order to make debt service. Because the revenues coming in from new growth areas is not sufficient to cover the debt for infrastructure or fire stations that we built during the boom years, for lack of a better term. When we get to parks, you'll see the same issue. And the good news is that we actually reduced the amount of debt that we were going to issue at that time, because at one time this organization was talking about issuing $42 million worth of debt. So just pay attention or take a look at that, but that is indeed what we are doing. We are using general fund dollars to pay the debt service on infrastructure that was needed to support new growth.
So the new growth development did not pay for itself at the time, and it's still not, because we don't have the appropriate dollar figure per fee needed, whether fire, parks, streets, whatever.
Well, streets, it's a little bit different.
Streets is a little
fire,
yeah, right.
And parks is an area that is where we're going to need to have some increases to cover, if anything, the existing debt that we've already incurred, plus future infrastructure needs.
And why was that just a lack of foresight on previous councils, or what?
No, that was, I think we took 1.5 years or 2 years of negotiations with the industry, and we came back with for lack of a more technical term, a watered down version of this. So I am telling you, what I'm trying to convey to you, I'm not going to spend 2 years or 1.5 years negotiating myself out of what we need to actually support our departments.
Understood.
So here on this slide, we're showing the result of the resulting proposed fee as it compares to the fee that's already in place. So in this case, the costs are allocated to each land use category based on the number of residents or number of employees, and that cost allocation is then weighted by calls for service data. So you can see that we're looking at increases across all land use categories here. We're looking at about a 41% increase on single family, 30% on multifamily, 12% on retail, 29% on office, and just a slight increase of 1% on industrial.
Does that mean, since we only see a slight increase in the industrial, we don't have much of a record that shows that there's a huge need?
Correct.
Is that
it's
the
a
reason?
combination. The two main factors that go into the cost allocation are employees and residents, so residential and employee population density, and then calls for service data. So the calls for service data would suggest that industrial demands fewer services than do the other land uses. So going back to this slide for fire facilities. So as Andy mentioned, one thing to keep in mind as we're looking at the proposed fee update is the fact that the city adopted the original fee in 2005 and has not escalated it to keep pace with cost inflation since that time. So if you look at the green, I think it's a green line kind of on the bottom, that shows your current fee that's currently in place. The brown line up at the top shows what we're proposing, but the blue line identifies how the 2005 fee would have inflated over time had the city been regularly updating it. So you can see that on a single-family unit, despite the increases we showed on the prior slide, you're looking, had the city been inflating this fee on a regular basis, you would be looking at roughly the same level fee as we're currently proposing.
How often should we be reviewing these fees? On an annual basis?
So typically,
every couple years?
Typically, local jurisdictions will automatically adjust their fees for inflation on an annual basis, and then about every 5 years conduct a detailed review of land uses and their CIP and kind of another update similar to this one.
And when was the last time you said that we?
2005.
2005. Okay. So in the last 11 years, we haven't raised any.
Correct.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. All right. So turning now to the police facility impact fee program. So this fee program is based on the same framework as the fire facility impact fees. The general plan establishes service level standards for police personnel, and the facilities included in the fee program are those that are needed to house the requisite personnel and equipment. So the total cost of new police facilities needed are shown on this slide. It's about $87.7 million. The largest ticket item here is the police administrative building at $35.9 million. Again, we're including the financing costs associated with bond debt. At $23.5 million in costs, and that's on existing and anticipated future debt financing. Currently, again, we are showing the annual debt service payment on the bonds for existing facilities is about $1.9 million. Again, there's a 51-49% split between the general fund and the impact fee program, with the impact fee program being responsible for about $931,000 of that debt service payment. In 2016, the impact fee program only brought in $883,000, resulting in the need for the general fund to again assume some of that debt service capacity. So reductions in planned facilities with respect to the police facilities fee actually result in pretty significant decreases in the proposed fee across all land uses. So the reductions range from 6% on a single-family unit to about 30% for industrial development. So as one might expect, the proposed fee is then substantially lower than what the 2000 fee would be had it been inflated since it was adopted.
If I may, the biggest driver for that is under the current fee program in the study, there was an assumption that we were going to build a public safety headquarters, a new public safety headquarters, which had a price tag of about $110 million. As you can see by the revenue and the debt service payment, the good news is we didn't go out and build that, but because we eliminated that from this Nexus study, the actual fees are able to go down because we're not assuming that we're going to build that facility in the future.
So this slide shows the combined impact of both the police and fire facility fee updates. So you can see that the reduction on the police somewhat tempers the increases on the fire side with respect to residential, limiting the increases to about 16% and 7% between single-family and multifamily, respectively. Non-residential land uses essentially stay the same in the case of retail and office and are substantially lower for industrial development. Any questions on that? Okay. So moving now on to park impact fees. So the park fee funds the acquisition of park land and development of park facilities consistent with updated general plan service level standards. I'll walk through the first portion of this section, and then I'm going to turn it over to Andy to talk about some of the policy considerations and related proposals for the update. So the citywide fee was originally adopted in 2005 to replace the old series of UGM neighborhood park fees, which were specified for individual service areas. There are 3 key updates included in this 2016 update. The first is to reflect construction cost increases over time. The second is to establish consistency with revised general plan service level standards. And the third is to offer some revised fee credit policy proposals for pocket parks. So looking at the main cost components of the park fee. Again, there's really just two primary cost components. There's the land costs and the park improvements. So under this proposal, we're proposing to update the land acquisition costs based on city data regarding what the city actually anticipates they will spend to acquire future park acres. So the proposal is to update that number from $120,000 in the 2005 study to about $150,000 in this study. Park improvements represents a more substantial increase. Currently, the 2005 study is assuming improvement levels at about $200,000 per acre. We conducted a detailed review of recent bid data for a variety of parks that have been constructed in the city recently. Many of them came in much higher than the proposed $450,000 per acre, but the determination was made that $450,000 was the best representation of the likely desired improvement level standard for future parks, consistent with what we've seen in the past. So another key change reflected in the Nexus study is the general plan open space policies. So under the 2025 general plan, the service level standard for open space was 3 acres for every 1,000 residents for regional, community, neighborhood, pocket parks, and trails. Under the 2035 general plan, the service level standard has been increased to 5 acres per 1,000 residents and split into 2 distinct components. So specifically, the general plan calls for 3 acres per 1,000 residents of community, neighborhood, and pocket parks. So those are kind of the local neighborhood serving parks. And those are to be paid to the extent that new development proceeds. Those are to be paid for by new development. And then additionally, the general plan calls for another 2 acres per 1,000 residents of regional parks and trails. So just for context, we wanted to identify the current service level standards. So currently, the city is providing about 3.28 acres of open space for every 1,000 residents. When you look specifically at community, neighborhood, and pocket parks, you're only providing about 1.09 acres per 1,000 residents. So your existing level of service is below your general plan service level standard.
I wanted to ask a question real quick. So when you have this development, say you have 1,000 residents, and now under the 2035 general plan, we need 5 acres of open space, 3.28 of pocket parks, and the rest is what again? Out of the 5 acres? Regional.
So the middle column identifies the current service level standards. So the requirement is 3 acres of neighborhood, pocket, and community parks funded by new development.
Okay, and 2 acres of regional parks and trails, right? Is it required that the 3 acres of pocket parks go in the neighborhood of the new development?
So I think Andy will get to that a little bit in the next couple slides, talk about some revised policy proposals with respect to pocket parks. So maybe we could table that question.
Okay, cool. We'll do it.
So going back to your current service level standards, the city is currently very slightly exceeding the service level standard on regional parks, providing 2.19 acres per 1,000 residents of regional parks and trails. But one thing I want to point out, kind of going back to the first set of slides that we reviewed on the development impact fee overview, is while you are currently providing fewer community, neighborhood, and pocket parks than your service level standards indicate, you cannot resolve that issue via a development impact fee on new development. So the city, in order to bring your existing service level standard up to the desired 3 acres per 1,000 residents, you'll have to identify other sources of funding in order to accomplish that. So just for some context regarding park classifications as they relate to the general plan service level standards, regional parks are those exceeding 40 acres in size, so Roding, Woodward, Sports Complex. Community parks are those from about 10 to 40 acres. Neighborhood parks are smaller, serving the local neighborhood, 2 to 10 acres. And then pocket parks are sized from about a half acre to 2 acres. And then, of course, you have your linear open space facilities that are represented by trails, greenways, and parkways. So as we mentioned previously, the park fee includes 2 main components. The land acquisition component, or the Quimby component, is about 30% of the park fee. And then the park development component, or the facility component, is about 70% of total park fee costs. Also included in the park fee is future development share of debt service on existing parks. And as you can see, currently there's an annual bond debt payment of about $2.3 million. To the city manager's point, the 2015 park fee revenue was only $1.9 million, and the city is having to come up with various methods to resolve that deficiency on an annual basis. So I'm now going to turn things back over to Andy, and he's going to talk a little bit about the current fee proposals.
Thank you. A little bit about how our program works now. The fees can be used for any park or trail facility. So if a developer builds a pocket park or builds a trail.
I've got a quick question, Andy, or maybe Bruce would be able to answer. So I know she mentioned that right now we are getting 1.9 in terms of the fee revenues, but our actual annual bond debt payment is 2.3. So the proposed fees that you brought to us today that we'll probably be voting on next week, I'm assuming, will that address that gap or no?
The fees that we're proposing here will help address that, will take care of this gap if adopted by council on the 8th. But what we talked about with entrance fees and other fees, no.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Andrew, Councilmember Soria kind of jumped in right there. You were saying something about
our current program?
Yeah.
Our current program, if a developer improves, builds a pocket park, builds up sometimes a larger park, but mostly pocket parks and trails, they get either a fee credit, or if the park exceeds their fee credits available, we compensate them for that work. And you'll see most of the newer subdivisions all have small parks, pocket parks. And
is it mandatory that their fee goes to a park in the neighborhood of their new development?
Yes.
Okay. So like there's a new development out on Herndon near Riverside Golf Course with Lennar Homes and another builder in there now, and they'll probably have 1,000. I don't know how many residents they'll end up having, but they're paying park fees. Would we expect that they would have a neighborhood park in that development?
Yes, the law requires that, with some exceptions. Regional parks are an exception because sports facilities are used citywide, but for the most part, the law requires that the money is spent in the neighborhoods where it's collected.
Okay.
Especially for the smaller parks. I said some exceptions with a facility that serves the entire community. But for the most part, you have to spend the money where you collect it.
Understood. Thank you.
The proposed program would change how we reimburse the developers. The impact fees would strictly go towards building community and neighborhood parks, not the pocket parks. So we're currently reimbursing for pocket parks and trails. We're recommending that we no longer reimburse for pocket parks and trails. But we'd still get pocket parks. We would ask for new development to dedicate 2% of their 2% open space with a tentative subdivision map that's over 10 acres. So a real small subdivision would have no dedication for a pocket park, but as you get to a larger subdivision over 10 acres, they would be required to dedicate 2% open space. And that, with our calculations, that would make up 0.6% of our attempt to reach 5 acres per thousand, our general plan requirement of 5 acres per thousand. So we're going to generate from the fees 2.4 acres per thousand population. From the dedication of 2% open space in the subdivisions, we'll generate 0.6%. So together that's 3 acres per thousand residents. And then the regional parks and the trails, which are 2 acres per thousand required by the general plan, would be funded strictly with Measure C, the Active Transportation Program, CMAQ grants, and other grants that we'd receive for parks. And those are for trails and regional parks. And just to put put it in context, over the last 10 years, we've received about $1.4 million in park grants per year. Some years better, some years worse. Right now we're maybe in a trough where we're not receiving a lot of park grants, but we've had some good years too. So we're very active, or the Parks Department is really active in searching out those grants and applying for those grants. This is a look at what the fees would be for single family and multifamily. And again, industrial and retail, office, none of them pay park fees. Strictly paid by residential. We are recommending an increase from the current fee, which is at $3,398. We're recommending a 14% increase to $3,874. And multifamily is also an increase, a 6% increase, up to $2,921. That's per unit on those. And you can see on this slide where we would be if we'd used a CPI index over the last 11 years. We would be substantially higher than what the current fee is. And one of the reasons we're recommending the change in the program is to try and keep the fees reasonable.
Are these fees comparable to some of the other?
They are, and in the back of the presentation we have comparisons.
We have a slide for that.
Comparisons to some of the other cities like Clovis and Visalia and Bakersfield. So you kind of get an idea of where we are in comparison. And this program that we're recommending is similar to the program that Clovis uses. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Scott to start on the water connection charges.
All right, thank you, Council. We're headed toward the anchor leg here, and thank you for your patience and attention to these matters. Our Public Utilities Director, Tommy Escueda, he apologizes he's not able to personally be here today. He had a conflict, a hearing that he needed to be at related to water, actually, but asked me to facilitate this part of the discussion. The DPU also retained a consultant, Bartle Wells Associates. That's different than EPS, who's worked on the other 5. But this is a summary of those findings and recommendations. And again, we have done a stakeholder meeting with the community to begin walking through this analysis and these numbers. And in fact, we're currently receiving some questions and providing more technical info on the fee analysis back to the industry. Current water program, this is actually the oldest series of fees that we really have for development impact. It's still under the Urban Growth Management Program, UGM. And as you'll see from the map, each one of the color-coded sections on the map represents a distinct area for water fees. There's a summary here, but there are in fact 37 different UGM water types of fees, and each one is only eligible for a certain type of component. It may be a certain area of a fee that funds water wells in a certain part of the city. Another fee is only good for treatment, installing treatment facilities at those wells. Another one's for recharge. And so one of the goals of the program is actually to consolidate those, much like we've done with our older UGM fire, police, parks, major streets that this council previously approved and consolidated back again in 2005, 2007. The current system only recovers a portion of the cost of the infrastructure. So if a developer is the first in to drag the water lines, the large diameter mains out to the development, other developments as they come in do not fully pay back that first developer for those costs. And in situations where if the city were to go ahead and put in that infrastructure, that's where potentially the users of the system would be paying those costs. And that's not a desirable outcome. We want development to pay its fair share. And again, it's administratively burdensome. We even have developers who might be paying one fee and then sitting in line for reimbursement of $1 million for another fee. So the desire to consolidate that into a single water capacity fee would be helpful for the city, for the community, protecting the users, and also more streamlined for new development. Some other key objectives of that is, again, recovering that cost of the infrastructure, assets, and water supply that exist today that benefit new development, where in essence it's been oversized, not fully paid for yet, and new development benefits from that system. We're seeking to more equitably recover those costs and then also be consistent with industry standard practices and methodologies. That's something that Bartle Wells, much like EPS in their field, Bartle Wells is very experienced with a lot of municipalities, both cities, counties, and water districts in establishing fees and implementing best practices. So that's something that DPU has sought to do through this study. There are two components of the proposed fee, which we'll get to in the next slide. One is, as I mentioned, the capacity, the buy-in to the existing system. There are a number of things in the existing system that benefit new development, and if someone developed in the county and had their own water service area, their own fee, their own well, they would not enjoy all the benefits that come with connecting into the city's water system, whether that's the central, whether that's the plants, the administration, the telemetry, everything that it's involved in a water system. And so a conservative estimate is 20% of the system that we have today is there and able to benefit new growth. So we're seeking a connection fee, this capacity fee, to pay for that component. The second part is expansion, purely expansion due to new development. That's expanding surface water treatment plants and the large diameter pipelines that will go out to serve all the new growth areas. Oh, and one item, it does exclude cost recovery for the Recharge Fresno projects. This is a summary of the proposed fees. You can see it's based upon water meter size rather than being a per home, just a strictly per home charge or a per square foot type of charge or a per acre charge, as is more appropriate on these other fees. For water, it's proposed based on the meter size, and that meter really regulates how much water is able to serve the project. So question being single-family home, typical home on what you'd think of as a standard or larger lot size would be a 1-inch meter. The proposal is a $6,373 fee per home. The line above, the 3/4 inch size, is intended for a small lot type development that's more water efficient, less intense, and very similar to Clovis's fee program.
Scott, is there ever a case where there is a 1-inch line coming into the meter but 3/4 inch going out of the meter?
There could be a situation where the meter could be, for example, 3/4 inch, and then that could expand to 1 inch to be able to, say, serve the home, attempt to meet fire flows, and those types of items. But generally, the meter's what's regulating the amount of water capacity and what comes to that property.
Okay. So would you say then there's not really often a case where somebody is paying over based on the size of the meter rather than the amount of water coming into their home?
No.
I think with this approach of changing the fee, that would not be the case, and staff in both the private property owner and whichever engineer or architect was representing them would seek to size that meter appropriately so that people
that's
were
kind
not,
of new. In the past, that could have happened, right? I over the course of last couple of years, I've got several calls from residents and it's usually in older neighborhoods, maybe, and they're telling me that they see the fee based on the size of the meter, and they go out and they'll tell me, hey, I've got a 1-inch line coming in or an 1.5 inch line coming in, but then to my house it's only 3/4 inch, and I'm being charged for the bigger size line, even though the line actually coming in to the
Maybe that individual should take that up with their builder, because it sounds like the builder, rather than putting in a 1-inch line, which may be slightly more expensive, chose to put in a 3/4 inch line to save money.
All right.
And again, Council, just to clarify, this is just the one-time, basically, development impact fee that pays for generating the capacity in the system to serve the development. This is not related to the ongoing monthly, the water bills, which are really based on usage with each, whether it's single-family, multifamily, or non-residential. One item to clarify also is that there would be a credit in this program for whatever existing meter is in place. So if someone has, there's a vacant lot, but there previously was a home on it, and they have a 1-inch meter size, there's no need to pay a new water capacity fee for that. They have credit for that. Or as in the case of revitalization, redevelopment in the core of our city, if there are, again, existing meters, say there used to be 6 dilapidated single-family homes that the builder clears from the site and now comes in with a mixed-use product, then they would receive credit for the water that was already allocated to those properties, and they're only paying for the intensification, the more intensified use. We wanted to jump into total fee burden comparisons and asking how does Fresno compare with other municipalities. So we have a couple of graphs. We picked single-family development to illustrate, and the red line that goes across this bar chart represents the new growth area as proposed in the city. And so for a single-family home, this is everything all together, ranging from police, fire, parks, the streets, traffic fees, and the water fee included. The new proposed fee would be about $24,000 per home. The existing fee is $17,300. The most significant portion of that increase is related to the water capacity fee. And actually, in order, the park fee is a little bit of that. The rest are fairly balanced. You saw some reductions, some small increases in that. Also, as City Manager Bruce Rudd noted, in the downtown and on the BRT corridors, the far left bar chart, that's $13,000, again, per single-family home, which is not as common, of course, in a downtown situation. The infill fees are shown. The highest bar charts on there, the tallest ones, those are in Clovis. And so we wanted to point out that this fee is proposed, this adjustment of $24,000 a home, is well under City of Clovis Area 1, which is between Hernan and Shepherd at about $40,000 per home. For example, Area 5 at $37,000 is in the Clovis Southeast area. You can also see Council Modesto at $36,000, and you can see other Valley cities, Visalia and Bakersfield. We're, again, very, very similar to Bakersfield on those fees. Going to the next slide is retail, and again, this is in the growth area, and as proposed, that fee winds up, this is per 1,000 square feet, winds up being about $10,000 per 1,000 square feet of retail. And again, we're well under City of Clovis, and interestingly enough, under Modesto, Visalia as well for those categories. The far left of the chart is, of course, as proposed in the downtown infill core area, which are well less than the growth area fees. As we mentioned earlier in the presentation, what we plan to bring before the council in December is also a resolution which would authorize the city manager to do that adjustment utilizing the regional construction cost index. This is, as Ellen Martin from EPS mentioned, very industry standard and best practice for cities to go forward with that over the next 5 years. Avoids falling behind on those costs and enables faster developer reimbursements for builders who go out and front that capital cost, and of course reduces the administrative expense of doing the complete hearing on an annual basis.
Is that keeping up with that line that you guys were showing that we haven't kept up with?
That would keep up with that line.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
As earlier, Council inquired about the general plan priorities, the infill maps. This is one of the exhibits out of the 2035 general plan that highlighted the downtown infill opportunity zone, and the BRT corridors. And going forward, one slide in the presentation, we have a map that shows the new growth areas and the core of the city, which is very similar to the what we'd call the non-UGM, the old. It's everything that was inside of the urban growth management boundary. And this is a comparison of those fees all together. Same information as the previous slide. What we wanted to highlight here is that in addition to that, there are additional incentives on top of that that the council has adopted, namely the I-Defer for industrial, which enables reductions in fees for job creators. There's the Build Act, which provides credit for for single-family homes that used to be on the property, even if that was 50 years, 75 years ago. The Commercial Build Act provides the same thing. Economically disadvantaged neighborhoods, the Economic Expansion Act, and of course there's the high-speed rail, businesses impacted and condemned by the high-speed rail project. So all of those would be in effect in addition to this. So as we look at, for example, the core area, there's credit for existing buildings, and there are incentives available that this council has approved. As far as the schedule, yes. We're almost there. All right. Timeline we've talked about would be we'll continue developer stakeholder meetings as desired, and we are tentatively planning a public hearing before the council on December 8th. The increased fees would be effective 60 days after adoption. And with that, I'm very, very glad to open it up for further questions and discussions. Thank you.
I just cleared the screen, so I guess we don't have any questions. Okay, the screen is clear, so thank you very much for that presentation. Okay. All right. We'll move right along now. I forgot where I am on the agenda. Lunch. All right, folks. We will adjourn for lunch. Thank you very much. Meetings to have SPCA here, and they bring the cutest darn things ever. And I think they love the camera. They're kind of hamming it up a little bit here. And then on the back of your jersey, it says, "Be a hero, adopt." I think you're absolutely right. It would be a hero. So tell us a little bit about what we have today.
Well, first, we'd like to thank the City Council for their continued support. Oh, sure.
Give you some mic time.
My name is Caitlin, this is Melinda, and with us we have Clark and Murdoch, and they're about a month old. They're terrier blends, and they came to us as strays without their mother, so they're still a little young for adoption, so they're looking for a foster family, and that just means we're looking for a family to take them home and take care of them, raise them up until they're old enough to be adopted. And we do that through our foster program. So if you were to be interested in the foster program, you could go to our website, and there's an application you can fill out, and that goes to our foster coordinator, and then she'll set up a time for you to come in and meet the animal, make sure it's a good fit, and then you can take them home and start taking care of them. And then at the end of the time of their foster period, the foster parent can choose to adopt them, or they can choose to bring them back to the shelter so we can put them up for adoption.
I think Murdoch is part kitty cat because he's purring. That's amazing. Want to speak? Did you hear it a little bit? What's up? Yeah? Oh. Whoa. Yeah. Is that your final answer? They are such beautiful animals. And then the spade and neuter program, how does that work?
So we have a low-income program for spay and neuter for families who may have difficulty paying for the services otherwise. So we have different income thresholds depending on the number of people in the household. And so as long as the household's income is under that threshold, they would qualify. So to see if you qualify, you could bring your proof of income to the shelter, and then they can take a look and see that you qualify, and then you would pay, it's $35 for the spay or the neuter, and that also includes a microchip. And then they set up an appointment so you can get your animal fixed.
I can't tell if Murdoch likes me or he doesn't. He's kind of happy, but he's kind of... Do you have indigestion, my friend? He's very vocal. No? He is very vocal. It's beautiful, beautiful. Thank you guys for everything you do and for bringing these beautiful, gorgeous animals down to City Hall for us. And he almost would fit in my pocket, huh? Yeah, he's beautiful. Well, thank you very much. I'll return Murdoch to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, nice round of applause. Thank you. And Member Soria, if you'd like to come forward, and we'll do the proclamation of Sikh awareness. Hello, folks. How are you today? Good to see you, and thanks for being here.
So good afternoon, everyone. Very proud to be here today, proclaiming the month of November as the Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month. And so I'll hand over the certificate to you. So just a couple things that I want to share. So for the last 5 years, our California legislature has passed a resolution at the state level to encourage and proclaim November as Sikh Awareness Month and appreciate really the contributions of the Sikh community to our entire state. And so I'm very proud to stand here today. I know that the mayor and all my colleagues have signed on to this proclamation. We actually had a historic vote not too long ago in September where we had the chambers full of the Sikh community, which was great to see, in terms of a very symbolic vote that took place by this council. But I'm here today to continue to highlight and just to really make aware our community that November is Sikh Awareness Month, and that here at the City of Fresno we value the contributions that the Sikh community continue to give. We know that our community is very diverse with different ethnicities and also culturally, and so I think that it is important that we recognize the different communities that have made positive contributions to the City of Fresno. In particular, the Sikh community, just a little bit of background, came to Fresno for first time in the late 70s and 80s, so we've seen a presence. They serve in many different capacities. There are farmers, doctors, attorneys, engineers, teachers, business owners, community activists. We have very young people that I've had the pleasure working with the Jakara movement and engaging the young people and seeing that they're active in making a difference in the community. I will say that I'm very proud. District 1, I represent District 1, so west of the 99, we have a lot of the Sikh community families that live there. Their temples, which is, I believe, a source of pride and a really indication that we have and value cultural diversity here in our community. And so I'm very proud to welcome various individuals that work heavily in the community that are Sikh leaders. And so I want to give you guys an opportunity to share what you guys do in terms of the association and maybe some important things that the City of Fresno should know in terms of the work that you guys do. Yeah, sure. And if you want to introduce yourself.
Yes, Council Member Surya, thank you very much. My name is Gurpreet Maan. I am a General Secretary for the Sikh Institute, and I have Mr. Broad here. He's the Vice President, and Mrs. Sidhu, she's a board member, and then we have Kamal Kaur here. She's a director for our youth program, Jakara. They run separate program. And first of all, I'm really thankful, and this is a very great gesture on the behalf of the city and Councilwoman Surya. We are really honored that we are thinking about this. And this Sikh Awareness Month has been going on for last 5 or 6 years now. And during this month, various activities take place at schools throughout the city. And also we try to have an open house at the Sikh Institute. And we run Sunday programs there. Also, it's a polling booth as well. We have started other programs, citizenship classes, immigration classes, ESL classes, those kind of social programs are available there. But above all, really, we want to make this the Sikhs. They are not aliens or any different. They are just like everyone else, and they are contributing to the society here, to the city. And matter of fact, we like to come forward and work with the city on various projects, especially in District 1. If there are needs, we like to work with the council member Surya and help in wherever that need is. So thank you very much, and I'll ask Kamal to say a few words as well.
Thank you. I think you covered all. Again, thank you so much for the proclamation on behalf of Jakara Movement and to the City of Fresno and the mayor. That's it, honestly. Thank you for having us here, and thank you.
And how long have you guys been working on the Jakara movement?
So Jakara movement's been around since 2000. We've been around a long time, and we've been in high schools now and in college campuses across California. And we've been working with the high school and college students for the past about 7 to 8 years now. And it's been a great movement. We've had non-Sikhs involved and Sikhs involved, and it's just been a great learning opportunity for the communities that Jakara has been in. Thank you.
No? Okay, well, great. So if we can have the clerk read the proclamation for the record, please.
Whereas Fresno is comprised of a large amount of diverse cultures and backgrounds and serves these communities with great pleasure. And whereas the Sikh community is one of those unique cultures which originated from Punjab, India, and first came to Fresno in the late 1970s and early 1980s. And whereas the first Sikh temple in the United States was founded in 1912 by Professor Tia Singh of the Pacific Coast, Khalsa Diwan Society, and now forms one of 100 Guruvada in the United States, with the first in Fresno having been formed in 1989. And whereas on November of 1913, the first Pubaja language newspaper was founded in the United States to bring the Sikh community closer and served as a source of inclusiveness. And whereas the Sikh community is comprised of various professional backgrounds, such as farmers who contribute abundantly towards the production of peaches, raisins, pistachios, and others. They are professionals who excel in security services and serve as doctors, attorneys, engineers, teachers, and business owners. And whereas the Sikh community continues to make significant contributions to the city of Fresno and to the United States economy and society. And whereas they have demonstrated strength and integrity through overcoming attacks on their identity and practices, whether in the form of school harassment, employment discrimination, or fatal shootings. And whereas organizations like the Sikh Association of Fresno, established in 1986, serves as a source of pride for future Sikh generations and is a place not only for worship but also for learning and gathering and for celebration, in which strives to provide inspiration and purpose to children and families and fulfill the growing needs of the elderly. This institute stands as a symbol of constantly evolving community. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the City of Fresno Council do hereby recognize and designate the month of November 2016 to be Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month in in the city of Fresno and acknowledge and commend the significant contributions made by Fresnans of Sikh heritage to our city and seek to encourage the understanding and appreciation of the wonderful history and principles of the Sikh community. Sikh Awareness and Appreciation Month in the city of Fresno, November 2016.
Okay, congratulations again, you folks. Well deserved, well deserved. Next, we're going to move on to proclamation of Valley Caregiver Resource Center Month in the city of Fresno. And this is one of my favorite opportunities to thank someone in my district as well as someone that works for the entire city on behalf of seniors. So Michelle, would you like to come up here and join me? And of course, anyone else? Yeah, of course. Good to see you. Hi, Susanna. Good to see you. Thank you. We're going to kick off the National Family Caregivers Month, and with that comes the recognition of Valley Caregiver Resource Center for their dedication to seniors and other people in our community. When I say other people or group, this is one of their brochures. It weighs about 3 pounds because of all the things that are in it. For instance, we have the Oasis Adult Care Center. Next is the LTC Ombudsman Program. I have the privilege of giving out awards to the volunteers that are the eyes and the ears of seniors in our community based through you folks, which is great. We did Oasis. We got HICAP, which is Health Insurance Counseling and Advocacy Program. What else? And PALS, it's Adult Daycare Center. People always learning something. And these folks are tireless in our community with all the solid work they do. And I can't thank you enough, and please keep inviting me back. I really enjoy it. So a few words.
I want to thank the council and Paul Capriello. I really appreciate us having us here today. We have been in the Valley for over 28 years, and I use the word minister to family caregivers, people who are taking care of a loved one but not being paid to do that. We cover from Kern to Stanislaus. All the work we do, all the funds we get go 100% to services. We can provide respite for family members. We can provide emotional counseling, legal counsel. We have support groups, just various avenues so that we can help the caregiver thrive in their job and keep their loved one at home as long as possible. We have over 140,000 caregivers just in Fresno County, and many of them go unnoticed. And that's our job, is try to bring recognition to them and help them.
And we bring them notice at our luncheon and honor those that have dedicated so much time and energy, again, toward our seniors. So, Suzanne, would you like to say a couple words?
Thank you again for having us this afternoon to bring awareness to National Caregivers Month in our organization that helps countless families throughout our communities that are supporting family members with brain impairments after the age of 18, or specifically for our seniors, as you've shared here, many who have given of their lives, and just as a community, we are to provide care and support, but many times there's lack of resources and being able to help them through the different stages of care, and that is our goal, is to help the family continue to provide the best quality care and also the dignity that our loved ones deserve. So thank you.
And thank you guys. And on a personal note, when my father passed away about 7.5 years ago of Alzheimer's, my mom hung in there like a champ, and we had no idea that these wonderful people were here in Fresno and provide this service in all phases and aspects of Alzheimer's and other situations where seniors are in need. So it's such an honor for me to be part of your organization, and I'll continue to do so. And this is the proclamation, and I'll just read a couple of paragraphs. Whereas family caregivers have the best interests of their loved ones at heart, a family caregiver must remember to pay attention to their own physical and mental wellness and get proper rest and nutrition. And for me, that was my mom. She did not do those things. She was a trooper, and we, helped my dad out as much as we could. But had we known of this resource and the approach that they suggest and how to handle this, it would have made a huge difference in my life and my family's. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the Fresno City Council members, do hereby recognize November 2016 as National Family Caregivers Month, with the theme, Take Care to Give Care, and acknowledge and thank the Valley Caregiver Resource Center for their decades-long Valley tradition of providing information, assistance, support, and education on all aspects of care for those giving care and for those receiving care. Be it therefore resolved that we, the Fresno City Council members and the mayor, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2016 as Valley Caregivers Resource Center Month. Remember, take care to give care. Big round of applause, please. Okay, thank you guys very much. Oh, we'll take a photo. Okay, next we have National Runaway Prevention Month, and that is sponsored by City Council Member Oliver Baines III, former President of Fresno City Council.
All right, good afternoon. So listen, let me have Joe and staff come on up here right now. This is always an honor for us to do this every year, National Runaway Prevention Month. And it's interesting because I don't think we recognize how significant runaways are in not only the nation, in our state, but also here in Fresno. We get about 35 cases a month of runaways just here in Fresno. And the Fresno EOC and the Sanctuary do great work in supporting the youth and supporting those folks that are running away, transitioning, and homeless youth. And we're here to recognize that today, as we do every year. But it's so very important to remember that. So I always love when you guys come, Joe. I appreciate all the work you guys are doing over there. So I want you to have a moment to introduce your staff and some of the work that you guys do.
Absolutely. Thank you. Again, thank you, City of Fresno, council members. Thank you, Councilmember Baines. To my left, we have, it's been a long day. We have Yolanda Martinez, who is our outreach worker. We have Sarah Quintero, who is a student at Fresno State, interning with the Street Outreach Program. To my right, we have a young lady who is a student at the EOC School of Unlimited Learning, and she'll introduce herself very shortly here, Esmeralda Luna, and she'll talk about her story. And, of course, we have Marcelino Rodriguez, our youth outreach worker. And, of course, we have a couple other staff members that are here in support as well. November is National Runaway Prevention Month, and we are so proud to be here today in partnership with the National Runaway Safe Line, who is committed to protecting our young people and making sure that they have a safe place, as well as ending youth homelessness in the city of Fresno by 2020. As you may know, 1.6 to 2.8 million young people experience homelessness in a one-year time period. Here in California, nearly 300,000 young people experience homelessness, 18 and younger. In the city of Fresno, law enforcement reports about 35 missing persons. Many of these young people are runaways. And the U.S. Department of Justice... That number was monthly, right? Yes, 35 a month. That is correct. And the Department of Justice, through the state of California, reports 3,811 children as runaways throughout Fresno County. That is why there is Sanctuary. We operate an emergency youth shelter for our youth, 18 and younger. We provide street outreach 7 nights a week throughout the city of Fresno. And let me just take a moment to say thank you, council member and city council, for supporting the street outreach program. As you may know, we lost our federal grant after 18 years. I'm happy to report a month ago, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services awarded the Street Outreach Program a $200,000 grant every year for the next 3 years. So thank you. Thank you, City of Fresno, for keeping the doors open and allowed us to reapply for these federal dollars. And of course, we do work with victims of human trafficking. In fact, this very minute, we have staff at the Mexican Consulate's office signing a formal agreement in which we will assist the Consulate's office in providing services to victims of human trafficking. We maintain 271 safe place sites. One of our biggest partners is here today, the City of Fresno Parks Department, as well as the Transit Department known as FACTS. So thanks to our partnerships, we're able to help our youth. Speaking of youth, I have a young lady here, Esmeralda, and she would briefly like to share her story of her experience of homelessness and how she was able to leave the streets and enter a safe place.
Thank you. And thank you so much for supporting. It means a lot because, you know, a few months ago, 6 months ago, I got kicked out of my home and I had like nowhere to go. At least that's what I thought. And I was at that's when I went to the sanctuary, which is connected to my school, thankfully. And I was there for a few weeks and they helped me through the process of going to Transitional Living Center. So I've been a resident now for 5 months. And you know, it's really helped me because they're always constantly helping me when I need help, trying to connect me to other resources, and it's helping me a lot to achieve what I want to achieve. You know, now, like, thinking of where I am now, like, I probably wouldn't be able to be so much where I'm now, like, being part of the Fresno Police Department Youth Advisory Council, being part of Women Empowered, being part of the No Youth Media, you know, being as active as I can be for my community, you know, doing a lot of volunteer work, and, you know, and for my future, I'm really interested in being, becoming an elected official, and...
Are you crazy?
No.
Yeah, I'm actually crazy.
Thank you so much for supporting this. It means a lot. You know, it means a lot to me and a lot of the youth to know that there are programs like this because not everyone has support at home. Not everyone has those resources. So thank you so much for the proclamation.
You're so very welcome, and I tell you, I was joking. We all like to say people that are elected that we're obviously crazy to do this work, but I tell you that the calling of public service that you have in you, I hope you follow that. It is one of the highest callings that we have here on earth. So the fact that you have it, you know, we're honored that you want to be one of us. So I'm going to read a couple of Oh, great! And I will give this to my colleagues in just a moment. I want to read a couple of the highlighted sections from the proclamation. It's rather long, so there are a couple of things that jump out, and Joe touched on them. A couple of the whereases. Whereas the Fresno Economic Opportunity Commission Sanctuary and Youth Services was founded in the year of 1992, and these services provide a continuum of care to assist runaway, displaced, and homeless youth with successful transition from adolescence to adulthood by operating an emergency shelter for youth in crisis, providing drop-in centers for homeless and runaway youth, operating transitional living centers, and maintaining 270 safe place sites throughout the county to facilitate youth access to shelter and services. I think that may, for me, when I was going through the proclamation, was probably some of the most important words right there, to understand what we are doing here in Fresno, to how far we reach throughout this county, and how many youth we're touching. And then the most important paragraph says, whereas the City of Fresno supports the effort of Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission, Sanctuary and Youth Services, in working diligently to increase public awareness about, advocate on behalf of, and provide positive and safe alternatives to runaway and homeless youth and their families. Now, therefore, be resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, members of the Fresno City Council, proclaim November 16th as National Runaway Prevention Month in the City of Fresno.
Thank you very much, Member Baines. Congratulations. Next, we're going to have a proclamation and that is certificates of appreciation for the city park staff. And Member Vice President Quintero is going to take the lead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Approximately 20 years ago, we came up with an idea, and I shared it with Lindsay Miller, who was the director at Mosqueda Community Center. And we started an event called Kids Just Want to Have Fun. And it was really something different that hadn't been done before. And we just wanted to make it a fun day for the elementary school children, basically, was what it was. And so talked to Lindsay, and Esther was working with you at the time, and they just took off and ran with it. And it's been about 20 years. Over the years, it's changed. It's now become Carnaval. But always, the certificates that I want to present today are for some of the individuals that have really helped to continue to make this a success. And I wanted, Lindsay's gone on and been at another park now, and Sean pretty much pick up the ball with his team, and guys who've done a tremendous job. And since I'll be moving on, I wanted to recognize you and thank you for the work that you do. And wanted to have even Deputy Chief Navarez. He served the Southeast Fresno for quite a while as a commander out there, and he participated in quite a few of those events. And I wanted to call him up here and have him say a few words in terms of the impact that events like that, as well as another big event we have, is Mosqueda Idol, Fresno's version of the American Idol. And then also another one that was just started recently. It's called the Senior Spring Fling, where we have a big resource fair for children. But Deputy Chief Navarez was there in the early days. His hair was dark and all that good stuff, and his mustache was too. But if you can just tell us a little bit about what your thoughts were. I know it helped cut down crime to a large degree.
So you're going to talk about gray hair?
Yeah.
I just want to thank you for all the work that you do. You really do help to create a positive environment for kids. When you do that, people have a little bit more confidence going out into their communities, enjoying their communities, and it really helps in our effort in curbing crime, because when good, law-abiding citizens are out and about, it makes it harder for them to do their work. So on behalf of the Fresno Police Department, thank you very much for all you do in making the community safer and partnering with law enforcement. I can tell you firsthand experience, it did make a difference. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. Also, I can share with you that one-day event draws anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 people at Mosqueda, and it's truly an amazing event. The staff goes above and beyond. Lindsay, would you come up? Sean, would you come up as well? And then we'll present the certificates of appreciation. So if I'll let Sean say a few words first, and then you can tell about your experience.
Well, Lindsay was some big shoes to follow there. She did a phenomenal job, her and Esther there, with the special events. So when we reinvented this with Carnival, which we had a little direction from you there, Sal. So we took it in that direction. But the goal was to be able to bring the community out and to have a one-day celebration where we had informational vendors, we had our community partners, we had a lot of fun activities, including the swimming pools. So that was a big part of it. But what I really love about it is it gives our Parks Department a chance to really shine and celebrate what we do, and that's bringing together in this case this year, the Recreation Division, the Community Services Division, and all of our partners. And I really thought that was a wonderful piece of the event this year, and we ended up with about 3,500 folks, which was a very solid year. And all the feedback we got from the community was it was a wonderful event, and they want to put pressure on Sal, whoever's following you up, that the event continues in District 5. So I'll leave that up to you and the powers that be.
Thank you.
Well, I want to thank Sal so very much for, the whole Kids Just Want to Have Fun Festival was his idea, and he helped finance it in the beginning, and without him it would have never taken place. And when we reorged about 6 years ago, when things were so bad with our economy, we were moved to a different location. So we continued. The kids just want to have fun at home. So basically now there are two big events thanks to Sal, Carnival and Kids Just Want to Have Some. So thank you so much for all your support.
Thank you, Lindsay. But I'll tell you that we can talk as Parks and Recreation as one big umbrella for the activities that they do and provide for the community. But a lot of it is the individuals that do the work. It's the individuals that really make that commitment to make sure that the families really enjoy themselves. And I know it's year in and year out. I see Chris running from one place to another to make sure that things are covered. And Eddie's tasting the hot dogs and everything, make sure that they're cooked just right. And then this year we added the in the park there, the bicycles with Ryan leading that. So thank you for that, Ryan. But I want to recognize them and tell them thank you. Dana's the money lady over there, and she spends a lot of time collecting money. And we try to make it as economically feasible for the families, because everything that we do there is free. The only thing we charge is for the bottled water and the hot dogs. And I don't know where you get the prizes from, Chris, but it's great job of collecting them. And I wanted to present these certificates, and I'd like to ask Sean and Lindsay to help me pass them out, because the leadership that they've shown and continued, I know it's going to be left in good hands. So I want to thank you for that. And I'll read the certificate. They all say the same thing, only the names have been changed to protect the innocent. And it says, the City of Fresno Certificate of Recognition for your exemplified involvement and commitment in hosting the 4th annual Carnaval de los Niños. We truly appreciate all your hard work and efforts to help create another successful event in the Southeast community. Please accept the kind and gracious thank you on behalf of the City of Fresno and Fresno Unified School District for a memorable occasion. Your team and your work and participation makes it an outstanding event for our community. And it's signed by myself and also the Fresno Unified School Board President Luis Chavez, who has Fresno Unified participate every year. Manuel, would you like to come up as Parks Director and help us with this and say a few words if you'd like?
Thank you, Sal. This is the events that have taken place over Mosqueda are really the tip of the iceberg. I know that not only Sean but Kyle Jeff Coach, do outstanding programs throughout the city of Fresno, and I think the city is truly blessed to have such an outstanding Parks and Recreation department. You have a group of professionals that are really passionate in serving the youth of the community and trying to make their lives better and helping them to make positive life choices so they don't get involved with the police department in later days.
Okay, so that sounds like you're all going to get promotions next budget. So first of all, I'd like to call up Chris Bernal. Chris, thank you. These are in alphabetical order. Ryan Garcia. Our Parks MacGyver guy isn't here. Manuel Hernandez.
He's on the way to San Francisco. Got it.
Dana Liberty, the money lady. Lindsay Miller. Ashley Obeso, not here? Okay. Brenda from our office, Brenda Rapata. And she said, I don't know why you recognize me. Thank you, Brenda. Ibarra, the taste tester. And Evelyn Yin Cepeda. She's not here? Okay. Well, I want to thank you again all for all the great work that you do, and I know that there's a lot of folks like you guys in Parks and Rec. They're the best, and Deputy Chief Navarez, thank you also for the years you put in and working with us and making it a success. And thank you all, and keep up the great work. I know it's going to happen. He didn't want to. Oh, okay, he wants to.
Yeah.
And fire department's here too. Where's fire? Yeah. Fire in the picture. Let's get some fire in the picture. Yeah.
Fired up.
Oh, there they are. Ted, do you want to say anything? No, I think all right. Why don't we let? All right. Chief Escobedo. He's not. Where is he? All right.
Unless he really wants the mic, I can say that I know the Escueda Center has been one of the things that we've been involved in every year, multiple events, and I know that partnering with Parks in these kind of events helps to bring the community closer, helps bring the kids into organized events that can help keep them out of trouble later. So we appreciate the work that Parks and everybody does.
You gotta let him say something. That's the man.
Thank you. You know, many times we run emergency events and we're telling a lot of our youth, they stay on the other side of the yellow line, stay across the street, and, you know, they're watching what we're doing, but these type of events, we interact with them, and they feel part of the community. And so anytime the fire service can do any type of outreach and partner up with the city and any of these groups is always a positive thing. And I'd say anything we can prevent in the future, prevent right now, will help us in the future with our youth. So thank you very much for these events.
Thank you all.
All right. Well, Parks and Rec is a vital part of our community. We all know that, and they're so enthusiastic and do such a great job. We appreciate it. So, hey, Sal, your time's up, buddy. Come back up here, Sal, please. All right, we're going to move on to the next presentation, and that is proclamation of National Day in Writing, and that's by City Council Member Oliver Baines.
All right, where's my professor? Here we are. So I get the honor of doing this proclamation annually, and once again, National Day on Writing. So it's interesting that we don't think about the written language all that much. We take it for granted. I think that we can just write and read, but it should be celebrated. We should take a moment and pause every year to think about the fact that we can write and how the written language has impacted us as human beings on planet Earth. And so that's what this is about. This is just about recognizing that writing is a good thing, and writing has changed us significantly so much over the years, and there's more to come. So I'm going to pass it to Juliet here and let her talk a little bit about why writing is important.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Baines. My name is Juliet Wallleitner, and I'm a professor of literacy at Fresno State and the co-director of the San Joaquin Valley Writing Project. And so thank you so much for proclaiming the National Day on Writing, which is October 20th. The National Day on Writing was begun in 2009, sponsored by the National Council of Teachers of English, as a way to highlight the role writing plays in our lives and to make us stop and think about all the different types of writing we do every day. I'm constantly constantly reminding my students that, yeah, Twitter posts, they count as writing. Facebook posts count as writing. Think about that writing that you use. Think about those skills and how those can translate to other types of writing in your lives. So I'm just going to say a quick word too about the San Joaquin Valley Writing Project. It is, as I said, it's hosted at at Fresno State, and it's part of a statewide network of writing project sites, each housed at a university. There are currently 16 sites throughout California, and we're also part of the larger national writing project. There are, my cheat notes here, 183 national writing project sites across the country. The site at Fresno State was begun in 1979. The National Writing Project was actually begun at UC Berkeley in 1974. And basically each site aims to connect educators K-16 with the goal of improving the instruction of writing for all students. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. And one of the things that's interesting to me, and I'm glad you highlighted, are the ways that we forget that we're actually writing. You know, text messaging, social media posts, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, or whatever. This is all a part of writing. And I know we don't think about it like that, but it seems to me, with all the new mediums that have been developed for communication, that writing is a platform that is now being expanded more than it ever has been before. So, you know, writing in the written language is very important. I am hopeful that the Writing Project will teach our young people how to write better. This texting language is really, you know, the shorthand text language. I don't know how far that's going. There's a place for it. Well, it's all a part of writing. So I tell you what I want to do is take a moment again and really highlight a section in our proclamation that I think just makes it all tie together and makes sense. I was glad that we had the opportunity to hear some statistics, but this is really what it's all about. Whereas the National Day on Writing celebrates the foundational place of writing in Americans' personal, professional, and civic lives, and emphasizes the importance of writing, instruction, and practice at every grade level and in every subject area, from preschool through postgraduate education. You know, I mean, that's really, honestly, what it's all about. I mean, it is about that recognition of writing from the moment that we can write all the way through all of our forms of education and all of our daily interactions. So now I want to read the fact that we are actually going to proclaim this writing day. Now therefore be resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the members of the Fresno City Council strongly affirm the purposes of the National Day on Writing, encourage participation in the National Gallery of Writing, and do hereby declare, now this is going to sound a little crazy because we were supposed to do this last meeting, October 20th, 2016 to be the National Day on Writing in the city of Fresno.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
You have a photo op there, Oliver. There you go. Thank you and congratulations. And next we're going to do the final proclamation. It's for the 100th anniversary of Planned Parenthood. This is sponsored by Councilmember Baines and Soria and myself. We'll join you down there.
All right, Ms. Council President, and I will let my esteemed colleague kick it off.
Oh, sure. Yeah. You have it?
Yeah.
You can give it to. So very proud to stand here along with two of my colleagues in celebrating the 100th anniversary of Planned Parenthood and really the importance of the services that they provide. As a young woman and a woman that, you know, sometimes when you are going through college and you don't have, you know, medical coverage or resources, the Planned Parenthood provides great resources for those that sometimes can't access, you know, regular or healthcare access through the regular channels. And so very proud to be here today because the work that they do is very valuable. It's constantly under attack. And so I'm actually very proud and a very proud woman to stand here with my colleagues who are gentlemen, really in support of the work that you guys continue to do and the critical supports that you provide for many women across the valley here in the city of Fresno. I know that your guys' location is actually in District 3, but not too far from District 1 in the Tower area. And so again, I just want to thank all of you for the work that you guys do, for the courage of doing, you know, the work that is tremendously needed in our community. And I just want to commend you guys for everything that you guys do.
Just join.
I want to give you guys and I'll kind of make the last couple of remarks, but I want to give you guys an opportunity to talk about some of the work you're doing in Fresno.
Well, thank you. Thank you all three for supporting this proclamation. It's 100 years coming, obviously, right? And we're looking forward to the next 100 years. I'm proud working for this organization. I've been with this organization nearly 17 years. And I'm also proud of being a Fresnan and being able to provide services, not only previously as a community health educator and providing services to incarcerated youth, but also young people out in our schools that for many reasons lack the education and information and the importance of care. And whether they're not getting it from their family, that's not their fault. It's our job as a community to provide that information for them, and that's our role. That's our role, to do it in a respectful and honest and honorable way. So when we talk about Planned Parenthood, we do education work. We're out in schools. We're out anywhere you can think of. You can find us there. Be it a concert, be it a mariachi festival, or an event that the city might be hosting. Parks and Recs also understands how important it is to have us there to provide information. So I want to thank everyone here, everyone who's here, the community of Fresno, for your continued support. For the volunteers, I want to acknowledge those volunteers that come in and out and every day that help us continue this continue the work that we do going. And all of your support, all of the people here support. We have supporters here. We have supporters watching us on the live, on the web, like Cam. So I want to thank all of you again for having our support. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I'll just make a couple of remarks along the line of my colleague here, being elected political figures. It's been my observation that Planned Parenthood has been unfairly maligned in the political discourse in the country right now, and that's unfortunate. And like Esmeralda talked about, the services you provide to women, also the services you provide to men, right? I mean, in families, and I think that goes often unsaid when it should be repeated more often. We thank you for sharing with the community, all those that are watching and all of those here today, a little depth of the vision of Planned Parenthood, because I think we all know that it's deeper, but a lot of times, again, with what's repeated in the media and what have you, I think that's lost. So thank you all for being here. Madam Clerk, if you'll read the proclamation to the record.
100th anniversary of Planned Parenthood. Whereas on October 16, 1916, Planned Parenthood opened its first birth control health center in the United States, Brooklyn, New York, a groundbreaking and revolutionary act at the time. This health center was founded on the idea that women should have the information and care they need to live strong, healthy lives and fulfill their dreams. And whereas for the past century, Planned Parenthood has helped lead massive changes in women's preventative and reproductive health civil rights. Planned Parenthood encourages millions of youth, women, and men worldwide to make informed health decisions that may transform the way they live, love, learn, and work. Whereas Planned Parenthood health care providers and staff have played important roles over the past 100 years in increasing access to safe and legal abortions, and have successfully advocated for measures that increase access to contraceptives, including the landmark Supreme Court case Griswold versus Connecticut. And whereas the explained availability of contraceptives has been widely recognized as providing one of the biggest economic advancements for the women in history. Furthermore, changes in women's access to reproductive health care have led to cultural shifts in the United States. Women are half of the workforce, primary breadwinners in 40% of the homes, and more than half of the students that go to college are women. Whereas today, Planned Parenthood is the largest provider of comprehensive sexuality education in the United States, providing high quality and affordable health care for everyone. Planned Parenthood's commitment to offering care and resources has grown over the past century and is stronger than ever as it enters its second century. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Councilmember Oliver L. Baines III, Council President Paul Capriolio, and Councilmember Esmeralda Soria, do hereby declare November the 3rd, 2016 to be Planned Parenthood Marmonte Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, folks, thanks again for all you do and for all the recipients of these proclamations and certificates. You all make Fresno a much better place and a great place to live in. Okay, we're going to move back to our agenda. We're on item 2C, actions pertaining to the Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility, and this is located in District 3, and it's public utilities. Good morning, sir. Or afternoon, sorry.
You have to change my speech, huh? Good afternoon, council members, council president. I'm Kevin Norgard of the Wastewater Management Division of the Public Utilities Department. We're asking approval of 3 items today. The first item is a Class 1 categorical exemption from the CEQA process for existing facilities. The second is an annual appropriations resolution to appropriate the money for the project. And the last is the award of a construction contract to FD Thomas in the amount of $543,070. This project is a direct result of last year. During the winter, we were inspecting one of our digesters, and we found that the roof was leaking, the dome of it was leaking methane into the atmosphere. So we cleaned it. We inspected the coatings inside and found that there was damages to the coating. This project will remove the coating, install new coating, and apply a ferrule guard, which will help prevent any corrosion to the rebar in that dome. It'll also provide a coating to the outside of the dome to prevent any further corrosion. The digester is 75 feet in diameter, about 25 feet tall. Basically, it's about the same volume as this room we're in now. I'll be available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Well done. Okay, now we'll go out to the public. Anyone in the public wish to speak on this? You have 3 minutes. Name and address, please.
What number are you on, Mr. President?
We're on item 2C. I'm sorry.
I thought you was on. I got my finger on it.
No, we're not.
Well,
we're on
the utilities.
Yeah, 2C. 2C.
2C
is in Capriolio.
That's right. Adopting finding of a categorical exemption of Class 1 pursuit to Section 15301 parenthesis B. Is that the same one? Well, what he's asking for is a rehabilitation program, $600,000 for the wastewater reclamation facility. But you know, that thing is nothing to play with. That wastewater, that's recycled shit and piss. I don't care what nobody say. Okay, you cut it out. You're going to be gone in a minute. I live out there with it. It's on my side of town. All the Clover's crap come out there. All the y'all crap come out there. Everything comes out there on Jensen Avenue for years. And they had pipes out there. They ought to go check these pipes, them sewage pipes out there in the ground that's still buried. We don't know, somebody might be living in there. And then all that stuff is out there smelling the neighborhood, red bugs coming all out there, all over the place out there. I'm going to say what I got to say. Just like I know you're going to do. You leave me alone, because I can say something about you real quick and it'll blow your mind. So what I'm going to do is stick to the facts. What I know to talk about. Hearsay is nothing. What I'm talking about is the truth. We got to take care of that plant out there, because the groundwater, it be seeking everywhere. The people across the street, be it Jensen Pillar Garden over there, they didn't move because the ground was all contaminated. He had a big old field of grapes or something out there. They need to take care of that. Mr. Baines, I'm talking to you. This is our district out there. Sal, you know to listen. And Mr. Caparilla, you the president, you ain't got nerve enough to listen. Something wrong with you too. You're a lawyer.
What?
You're a lawyer. I want you to pay attention.
Don't hold that against me now.
Okay. Now we want to know. I am, because you worked for me before and don't even know it. So don't tell me. I know. I've been your client years ago.
Did you pay the bill?
I don't have bills. Yeah, I
Okay.
paid them. My sister paid one, too. I referred it to you.
Thank you.
No, don't start the crap. You've been here a long time in planning commission. Don't want me to start about you and everybody else with your years y'all done been here and things you supposed to know because you be an attorney. You supposed to know what's right. You're a lawyer. A lot of people don't have all this. I got God, mother whip. I don't have to need to read a book, go and rehearse. I remember stuff like in a computer. I got a computer brain. Now, on this part here, I'm trying to tell you something. This water plant is nothing to play with. None of them. They're all over the city of Fresno because the one in Sal's district out there, they was wondering why they was putting so many gas stations out there. There are more gas stations in Sal's district than anywhere because we don't know what's in them gas stations up underground out there. So I keep up with a lot of stuff right here. That's all I wanted to say. Approve it. The community needs it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to come forward and discuss this item? Please do so. Back to the council. We are with Member Baines.
Thanks, Council President. Quick question. Obviously, I'm supportive of the project, but I am curious about the fact that we chose a company out of Oregon. And when I look in the staff report, it says that the non-local bidder exceeded the allowable preference. What does that mean exactly?
It was there's a margin. It's 5%, and they were over that differential.
The non-local bidder. It says the non-local bidder.
The local bidder was higher than the.
So what is 5% from the 543,000?
I can't recall exactly what the numbers were. I can get back to you and let you know. It was really close on this one.
Well, I'm getting that it was less than, if I'm doing just straight math.
Well, but it's not to exceed. It's 5%, or it's like 25,000 or something like that. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head anymore.
Well, what I get with the lowest responsible bidders at 543, when I do 5%, 5% is 570, and the next bid was 568.
We looked at that and it was close.
So
because we would rather give it to a local.
Is the local guy the 568?
The local guy is the 568. Actually, both those people are pretty close to local, but
explain to me then, if the lowest bid is 543, if we want to have a local preference, they have a 5% preference, right?
I don't recall the exact numbers. I would have to double check those.
Then I'm going to ask. Okay, yeah. Well then I'm not going to. Then with that being the case, because I'm getting that we're within the 5% with the 568. So I'll ask that maybe we can table this until we come back with that, Council President.
I think that's a great idea.
I'd like to know what it is.
I think it's 5% up to $25,000. That's the maximum difference that can be allowed.
Wait, 5%
up to $25,000.
Can we check that, please? That doesn't even make any sense.
That's correct.
Well, I want
to
table it, and then we'll come back when we have the answer, so we're not guessing. Okay. I'm going to ask to table that, Council President.
Okay.
It was within a couple $100.
Is this time sensitive? City Attorney?
Yes. It is, but a couple weeks isn't going to make a difference.
Okay.
Could we? Is there a restriction within our charter that would restrict us from awarding the contract to a local?
The local preference is 5% up to a maximum of $25,000 difference. I think that's what the charter allows, the 5%. Yeah. Does the charter limit the $25,000 also?
I can.
The upper limit of $25,000 is a municipal code restriction, not charter. So you could change that.
But you'd have to change the code first.
You'd have to change the code first.
And then that goes 30 days before it's enacted.
And
what we're talking about is about a little more than a $27,000 difference.
The difference is $350. There's $350 more than $25,000. So the difference is.
Yeah, I mean we're talking that is like less than 1%. I mean
So what I like to do, if we can, I want to go back to tabling this because I want to figure out what our options are. I just can't imagine us giving, nothing against anyone in Oregon, but I can't imagine us missing out on a local firm for $350 over a $500,000 project. That just, So if you can, we certainly can try to figure this out maybe in a couple of weeks. But I want to approve this, and we will. But we want to figure out how we can help our local contractors.
So my step would be meet with the attorney?
Right.
Okay.
And we will too, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Very good. Then we'll table that matter. And we'll go on to the pulled consent items. Number 1F, actions pertaining to the Fancher Creek Trail.
Yeah. Mr. Mosier?
Member Quintero.
I'm going to make a motion to approve, but just wanted to ask a little bit. There's things are really starting to get moving in the area there for Fancher Creek, and the shopping center, as well as some housing is starting to go on over there as well. And this particular part has to do with the Fancher Creek, the design and of the plans for the trail. And everything's really seems to start taking shape now to some degree with the new parking structure that's being put there. A lot of the work, I know you worked with the developer on doing a lot of the work that doesn't get seen, the infrastructure. And so I wanted to thank you and your department for working to get all that done. And if you can talk a little bit about this portion of it now, as we're starting to see more on the surface, and hopefully coming to fruition pretty soon.
Thank you, Councilmember Quintero. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. And in that area, there are the parking podiums that are looking good. They're near completion of construction to serve the multifamily housing development. Staff from Public Works and from Development Resource Management Department has been meeting with the developer's project team every other week, standing meeting for an hour to go through issues, figure out how to move obstacles out of the way, get things done. Basically, we have street improvement plans that are ready for our signature. We've reviewed, approved everything. They're ready to go with Clovis Avenue, completing Tulare, all the interior streets, traffic signals, on-site utilities. So it's just right at the cusp of being ready to go. And this trail, Fancher Creek Trail, is a big part of that picture to interconnect the retail, the housing, and ultimately this trail will connect to the McKenzie Trail, a very well-loved trail in southeast Fresno.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And I wanted to thank the city manager's office and the administration for, bringing it. We're almost there, like Scott said, to fruition, and it's going to be an outstanding part of the Southeast. So thank you very much. It's been long awaited. So I'd like to make the motion to approve.
A motion by Member Quintero, seconded by Member Brand. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 6-0 with Member Baines absent. Moving on to item 1B as in boy, that was pulled by Member Soria. The sponsor is Finance.
Thank you, Council President. I have a couple questions, Mike. So one, I read through the staff report and then actually went through the entire, packet here. And so I'm glad that, we do have some kind of disadvantaged business enterprise program. Wanted to get, I know that we are awarded, the city is awarded contracts totaling about $45 million. Do we have a number as to the percentage of DBE contracts out of that entire number? Have we looked at that?
Last year, we awarded about $5 million to DBEs here in the city. That's FY16. We awarded about $5 million to various DBE companies.
Okay. So about 10%, you're saying? And what's the actual goal, and when do we establish the goal? Is it a staff thing, or is that brought to the council in terms of the goal that we're trying to meet?
No, it's not brought to council. It's we
Internal?
have a general goal of about 10% on each project. So each project is evaluated based on the scope of the project, and then we make a determination as to what that goal would be. That's what our DB coordinator works on to ensure what that goal is.
Okay. And in regards to the policy, and 10% seems, I don't know, to me seems kind of low. I think the small business community is, the backbone of our economy, and then in particularly talking about minority businesses. I know that I've heard from a number, previously the CEO of the Black Chamber had, made some comments in terms of our procurement process. What are we doing to try to improve that number? Because I think that we should make efforts to try to really improve that. And so I'm trying to figure out how is it that I think in page 1 you talk about the policy to do outreach to local firms and encourage certification and participation. How do you guys implement that policy?
So right now we advertise on our own website. We make all the bids aware on that.
On
our
city website?
On our city's website.
Okay.
We also work with the Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce as well as the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to notify them of bid opportunities that are out there. And then we also post on the California Unified Certification Program. That's a standard website that is run by the Department of Transportation, which is used to certify DBEs across the state of California. So basically, by advertising there, we're making all DBEs aware of the bid opportunities that are available here.
But how could we better outreach to our existing local folks? I get it, promoted in the statewide website or whatnot, but how do we get our small businesses who may not, be as tech savvy or as connected? To be honest with you, I'm not too happy with our Fresno.gov website, and it's not very user friendly. We want to become more business friendly. So how do we truly, improve on that? I know that you said that you reach out to the Black Chamber and to the other chambers, but how can have you gotten any feedback from them in regards to our procurement and our purchasing, and have we taken those recommendations and implemented them?
We are in the process of doing that. It's an ongoing process, obviously, but yes, our DB coordinator just about a month ago went to a function that was sponsored by the Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce to meet with businesses, to make them aware of the DBE program, to make them aware of the regulations and the process for getting certified. We have some businesses already in the process of getting certified. It is a process, and so it takes time to get these folks into the program and eligible to be bid or eligible to bid on projects. But we are working on it. That's the best I can do at this right now.
And I know that you have that one coordinator. Is that the only staff that is, kind of responsible for the implementation and the monitoring? Is that sufficient, you believe, for us to be successful in attracting or in making sure that we do have a good DBE program?
Well, that individual is the primary designated individual here at the city. Our procurement specialists, our purchasing manager, they all work and have a part in the DBE program as well. So so when you're only talking about having one person, we really don't. We have other people who are assisting and working on that at this time. That being said, could we use more? Sure. Yeah, we could. We could use that to do a little more outreach, perhaps, because there are events that are put on, and it's one person who a lot of times is able to attend those events. So we probably could have a little more, but at this point, we think we're in pretty good shape.
Well, I'd encourage you guys to broaden your outreach. I know that obviously working with the Black Chamber and, I don't know what Hispanic Chamber, I know that there's a couple of Hispanic chambers, but there's also like CDFI that work with small business owners that, would be a good resource and outreaching to some of the other media outlets. I know that we tend to do Fresno Bee, nothing against the Fresno Bee and the Fresno Business Journal, but again, my comments are always, are we doing the appropriate outreach if we're trying to meet certain goals? And I would say that I would support trying to figuring out how we really push and increasing that 10% to more, because we have a tremendous amount of minority businesses here throughout our community. And when I'm talking minority, I'm not only talking about Black, Latinos, Asian, I'm talking about women businesses. And so I think that, there's $45 million, so there's plenty of money for these local businesses to hopefully gain some benefit. If they benefit, our city ends up benefiting because these dollars stay here locally. And they help these businesses grow. So it's a win-win for us. So while it may cause a little bit of more work, I think there's tremendous benefits that come from really ensuring that this program is robust and that these small businesses are seeing some additional benefits. And then I guess in the enforcement mechanism, because I did read there's been kind of some challenges in trying to figure out, I guess doing the enforcement, figuring out that if it's subcontractors, what are we going to do to make sure that our enforcement is, that we do better enforcement of these?
Well, we're kind of looking right now at the entire program and kind of the structure of it and seeing, we really do not have a mechanism right now by which contractors can report. We are not capturing all the subcontractor data is what we're doing right now. So we're looking at revising our systems in order to be able to handle that. Okay, thank you. I'm being told we do.
Do you want to speak to it? Just, I guess, to get an idea of what you guys are doing.
Good afternoon, and thanks to Mike Lima for letting me have a chance just to address that one piece. On any contract that involves federal funding and does have the DBE requirements, there's both a goal established, and then the contractors actually have to submit each sub who will be participating as a DBE, and then there are actually forms and certifications that they actually have to report to the city how much was paid to each of those. And as we close out each grant project as a city, we do report on exactly each component, and the contractor is required to follow through.
Okay.
So we are indeed tracking that as a city within our construction management division.
And is that for just the public works, or are we talking across the board, all contracts?
Council, that happens within anything that we're administering. I know that the airports department has a comparable program where there's FAA funding involved. And again, there are some projects where transportation, Fresno Area Express, is handling projects with FAA funding that has the DB component requirements. If it's not something Public Works is handling for them, then FACTS is also doing the same thing.
And so is the coordinator then putting all this information together from the different departments? Is that what they're charged to do or what they're doing today?
I'll turn that back over to our controller.
Thanks. Thank you, Scott. Yes, the DB coordinator is receiving that information, but to answer your earlier question, we're getting it right now from Public Works, airports, and transit. Other departments are not reporting that. If it's not a federally funded project, we're not getting that information. So we need to broaden that within the organization, and that's one of the things we're looking at to implement over the next year or so, is to get that broader information.
Okay, and then I think I have two more questions and that'll be it for me, but one of the things that comes up, I think, in page 30, about encouraging public input of minority chambers during the public comment period for the proposed overall goal submission. Did we do that? Do we do that? Because you just mentioned that you guys kind of do it within the staff, and yours is about 10%. Did you guys do outreach to these minority chambers, the women's chamber? I don't know if we have a women's chamber.
I don't think we have a women's chamber, but I do. Yes, we have reached out. We are in contact with the Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce and with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to make sure that they're aware of our goals, they're aware of our levels, and that they're aware of the opportunities that we have to bid on projects.
Okay, perfect. And then the last question, on that bidders list, the list that you guys provided, page 55, with all the different, are those DBEs?
Yes.
Because I saw some that I'm like, those are kind of questionable DBEs to me. Maybe I'll circle back with you.
Okay, yeah.
Because, yeah, I just didn't think that they would qualify as DBEs in my perspective. So I'd like to follow up. I know that Councilmember Oliver Baines said that you guys are working on some maybe potential procurement policy or some issues. So I'd like to kind of, and I'll, sit down and talk to him, but I'd like to kind of hear what you guys are thinking, and maybe doing a workshop in terms of how do we really improve from that 10%. I think it's great that we have at least 10%, but I would definitely would like to see that number grow, given the number of small minority businesses that we have throughout our city.
Okay. You have a motion, Member Soya?
Yes, I'll make a motion.
To approve? I'll second it. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 6-0. Member Baines absent. Okay, let's move right along, folks, if we can, and we'll go to awarding a contract, 2D as in David, awarding construction contract for the Nice Avenue westbound widening, and this is in District 6. This is Public Works. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for your patience today.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. My name is Randy Bell with the Public Works Department. The item before you today is the Nice Avenue widening west of Maple Avenue. This project will widen Nice Avenue to eliminate current bottleneck and help reduce traffic congestion. We'll install curb gutter, sidewalk improvements, street lighting, and there will also be some storm drainage improvements at the intersection. 6 bids were received on September 13th. 2016, and Avison Construction Company of Madera was found to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder with a bid of $570,840. Staff recommends council award a construction contract in the amount of $570,840 for the Nice Avenue widening east of Maple to Avison Construction Company of Madera as the lowest responsive responsible bidder, and authorize the Public Works Director or designee to sign the contract on behalf of the city. I'll be available for questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We'll take this out to the community. Is there anyone in the community who wish to come forward and comment on this? 2D as in David.
Nothing can't worry this old woman. They got to get up early in the morning. On this 2B, impact fees, update major streets, traffic signals, fire police, parks, and water capacity.
We're on 2D as in David?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's
you
a
say
widening.
2D.
As in David.
Okay, award a construction contract to a Vision Construction Company in Madera.
We're going to widen out
570,000.
East Avenue.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, Avenue westbound wide. Yeah, we need to widen these roads and stuff out like this here. And I don't see no difference of giving a job to somebody in Oregon is given around here because people need to work. I don't care where they're at. They got kids. Yes, give it to them. Let people work. They only ran across the river.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward and comment on this? This is your opportunity. Seeing none, back up here. Screen is clear. Do I have a motion?
Paul? My district, right?
Oh, of course. I didn't see you up on the screen.
I just want to say thank you. The residents in that area will be glad that we're finally widening the bottleneck there. So again, thank you, and I make a motion to approve.
I'll second it. There's a motion and second. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. I want to go over to the 2 p.m. item. I think some of you are here for that particular item. And we were going to hear that today, but this morning there was a motion by Member Brandow, seconded by Member Olivier, to take that off calendar, off the agenda, and set it for another day. So we will not be hearing that this afternoon. And sorry about that. If you were waiting, probably should have notified you earlier. So we'll move on now to item 2E. A resolution that is the 24th Amendment to the Annual Appropriation Resolution regarding the Fresno Metro Flood Control District. Public Works. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. This is an item that Public Works typically brings each fall just to recognize some projects that were included in the prior year capital budget that we need to carry over into this year in order to complete the projects. Those are typically due to our granting agency. Sometimes the funding that we thought would be authorized to move forward is not quite there yet, and then that rolls into the fall. So again, there are projects within every council district in the city. These are all previously approved projects, and we would ask for your support and moving those forward that we can accomplish those for the community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's always our goal. Anyone in the community wish to come forward and discuss this item? You'll have 3 minutes after your name and address.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, my name is Barbara Hunt, 339 West Eden, Fresno. On this one here, I don't see why we should give these capital improvement people upstairs nothing. That's the people I'm talking about. Why are we going to give them $5,570,000 for operating programs? What is that? And previously approved years ago. How come it wasn't approved then? No. If you get your budget book, the one out there in that office, in your clerk office, look in the back pages. All this money we got going to the capital improvement projects, and they don't belong to us. And man's going to talk about somebody giving money away. Look at the Southwest Fresno. They got me in Southeast Fresno, and I know doggone well I'm 70 years old, almost was born in Southwest Fresno. And I got the papers right there what the planning commission gave me. Talking about it's a disgrace. How they going to come up here and get all this money, all these projects, and get everything that they want, and we don't even know who these national folks is up there, which they don't have no power and authority to do anything? No. But if you do, and you don't know anything about it, there's just $5 million you could have gave to these homeless people out here. You could have gave it to our police department, our fire department. Get that money to somebody around here that we can do some local help to. You talking about local help.
Thank you. Anyone else in the community wish to address this issue? This is the perfect opportunity. All right, thank you. We'll close public comment, and the screen is clear. Do we have a motion? I make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Member Quintero. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 5-0 with members Soria and Olivier absent. Moving on to item 2F. This is the resolution, 27th Amendment to the 2008 Sewer System Revenue Bonds. This is Finance. Good afternoon again.
Hello again. Before you today is an AAR amendment which will authorize the movement of $116 million from the wastewater division into an escrow account for the purpose of defeasing most of the division's Series 2008 bonds. Earlier this year, the city manager directed the finance staff to look at options for utilizing the cash balance that resides in the wastewater division. Staff worked with the city's financial advisor, K&N Public Finance, to look at the way cash could be used to pay off all or some of the $159.8 million in outstanding principal in the Series 2008 bonds. After looking at various alternatives, staff concluded that $116 million of wastewater's current cash balance could be utilized for debt refunding without impacting the division's operating capital and other existing debt obligations. Wastewater currently has 2 bonds outstanding, the Series 1993 and the Series 2008. Only the Series 2008 have a provision that allows for defeasance 10 years after issuance, which will be September 1st, 2018. While the bonds cannot be called for another 22 months, we can set aside money in an escrow account today, which would then be used to pay off the bonds on the call date. Taking such an action would allow the city to reflect the escrowed amount as paid off on the city's FY17 CAFR, a full 2 years before it would be reflected if we wait. Reflecting these bonds as paid will provide wastewater with additional debt capacity for either a new bond issue or additional state loans. The monetary benefit of this action is substantial. If nothing is done, the division will spend approximately $273 million in interest and principal on the Series 2008 bonds between now and 2038, when the bonds will be fully paid off. By escrowing $116 million today, that figure will decrease by about $200 million. To put it another way, wastewater will see a reduction of up to $10 million a year for each year for 20 years, starting in FY19. Staff recommends that council approve the AR amendment authorizing the movement of $116 million of wastewater's cash into the Series 2008 Debt Service Fund for placement into an escrow account, which will then be used to defease most of the division's Series 2008 bonds. Thank you. I'm available to answer questions that you may have on this item.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic statistics. We'll take it to the community. Anyone in the community wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, I've been at City Hall a long time, even when they was over on President Street, where they're supposed to be. With this water bond issue been going when Martin McIntyre was here. All this water, all this sewage, them people's sewage out there in the east, over there in the East District, first and right now, be them old pipes. It's not them old pipes as much as that sewage plant over there. Because that sewage plant over here, it had black specks of water coming in. It smelled so bad in them days that nobody knew where it was coming from. And these people here, why should they be behind in the first place when they got all this money up there in the first doggone place, $118 million? Why should we have to pay $118 million for something they don't even know what they're talking about? And the people up here, I don't see why you guys go up here. You pass all this stuff. You know all this stuff is illegal. That's why the FBI and everybody cleaned out all their houses out here, because when I went to Hawaii and prayed on that mountain, on that spiritual hill, I prayed to God so he can help everybody around here and save America. They trying to take our country. And you guys giving it to them. And these people out here don't have no money, no food. Y'all act like this is your money. This is not none of your money. This is the people's money. You ain't worked for a dime of this money.
Thank you for your prayers.
But you know what? I'm telling the truth. And you know it.
Anyone else in the community wish to come forward? This is the time. Seeing none, we'll bring it back up here, and we'll start with Member Soria.
Hey, Mike, I may have missed part of your presentation, so I'm not sure if you covered this, but just a couple questions. So savings are estimated about $20 million in interest. Is that correct?
No, we're gonna save overall over 20 years. We're going to save about $200 million.
Okay, $200
It's going to come out to about $10 million a year is what we're going to save.
Okay, $10 million.
Mm-hmm.
So will the savings remain within the wastewater fund budget? Is that where the savings?
At this point, they would stay within the wastewater budget, yes.
Okay.
To fund operating capital, or if they issue new debt, it would be used to pay that as well.
Could these savings be passed on the form of reduced fees?
On what?
I'm not ready to go there myself because we don't know what right now they're still working on what their capital program is. It could be this money goes back in.
But this money would be flexible.
It would be flexible within the
Okay,
wastewater
That's
division.
what I'm asking. I'm just trying to figure out if there are restrictions with these monies.
The restriction is it has to stay within the wastewater fund. You couldn't bring it into the general fund. But other than that, for any use within wastewater, it could be
within
used.
wastewater.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If I could, Council, the way this is being proposed, as the controller indicated, this will save the ratepayers close to at least $200 million, close to $250 million in interest payments. We've calculated this out that based on even allowing them to continue to spend $30 million on capital, the additional savings would allow for a pay-as-you-go kind of approach going forward rather than having to borrow. And we believe it would also allow us to extend the current wastewater rates beyond the 5-year window, which is now a 4 or 3-year window that Council had asked us to do. So, in other words, you could potentially reduce the rates, but then have to come back and increase the rates later on. This would allow you to kind of just keep the rate where it is.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was
and
kind
save
of
the
my other
ratepayers
question.
$250 million.
Okay. And I guess that's where I was trying to get at. What's the benefit to the ratepayer? Because you're saying that there's going to be savings. So then the savings is that their rates won't go up in the, next couple years because there are some really potential good savings. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Those were all my questions. I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion. Member Brand, you're up now.
Did anybody second that?
No.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Just a few questions. We talked, Mike, and I know from going a few years ago, this division has been very healthy financially. So they meet all the ratios in terms of operating reserve, capital reserve, and I know this is a substantial change, savings and interest charges. Is there also a benefit too in terms of our credit rating would improve by having less debt, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The division has a total of about $240 million of debt.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to take about half that off the books.
Right.
So their debt coverage ratios are going to get better. Yes, they are going to, bottom line, they're going to look stronger financially because of this action.
And I understand the rate structure of smoothing out the rate over a period of time, but I could see this, because not only would you have savings on the interest rates, you're also going to have future savings on the better credit rating for the department itself.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's just your choice, and I thank you for identifying these opportunities. Remember in 2009 and 10, Bruce, when we were digging constantly through these bonds, trying to find opportunities to refinance, restructure, and a lot of these, like the ones at the convention center, had the 10-year defeasance, and you had prepayment penalties so onerous that it would be, whatever you gain would take 20 years to pay back. But anyway, I think this is a good step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brand. I join in those comments. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 6-0 with Member Olivier absent. We'll go to 2H, and then after that 2I. 2H is actions relating to repealing, pardon me, and adding building regulations in Fresno Municipal Code, and this is Darm. Thanks for your patience today. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Council. Brian Leong, Building and Safety Services Manager with the Development and Resource Management Department. The item you have before you is an ordinance bill to adopt the 2016 edition of the California Building Standards Code. As indicated in your staff report, this is mandated by the state of California every 3 years and allows local municipalities to make any local amendments as they see fit based on any local environmental conditions. We are proposing 2 amendments to state code. One would be an amendment to the California Mechanical Code, and this is just an adoption of an ordinance that was passed in 2003 by council related to wood-burning fireplaces. So we're just continuing that on in our normal code adoption. The second is related to the California Plumbing Code, related to a recent ordinance that council approved and passed for use of galvanized pipe and water supply delivery. So those are the 2 amendments that we have to state code. This ordinance covers the California building, residential, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, energy, and green building standards code. The second or the next agenda item that you have is for this ordinance does not include the California Fire Code, which is going to be presented as a separate ordinance by the fire department. They are ready to do that if you are ready to hear both of them, and I'd be available for any questions that you like.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. On item 2H, open to the public now. Any comments, please come forward and name, address, 3 minutes.
You got your insurance and already got them all planned out with those people upstairs, so what you want to do, it don't make any difference, but I'm going to talk anyway, because I want the people to know what you guys doing up here. Now, this one here, you guys had in the ad in the paper that you're going to have some kind of a meeting about these codes. And I never heard anything else about the codes, but I hear that you guys have passed a whole bunch of projects and stuff up here. And even that code thing, how you going to do all that with the planning commission and that, this doggone general plan? But whatever you're going to do, the building, the electrician, all this stuff, the plumbing, energy, green, building standards, that's Greenville. They want all that. They own the whole town. They own this whole country. This not fair. You're giving all this money to one person. How come you can't spread some of this stuff around? Look at these jobs they can create. Adopted and the building and residential and electric and mechanical plumbing. This should have a lot of jobs coming out. If everybody give these people jobs in all these different professions, they will make it. I said, if you can approve this one without any problem. Thank you.
Anyone else in the public want to comment on this? Please come forward. Back to the dais. The screen is clear. Do we have a motion? I'll make a motion to approve. Do we have a second? Second by Member Brand. All those in favor? Those opposed? Passes 6-0. Member Olivier absent. Item 2I, which will be followed by item 2K. 2I, actions relating to repealing and adding fire and life safety regulations in the Fresno Municipal Code. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for your patience today.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council. As you heard in the previous item, that every 3 years the codes are amended or changed in some manner, and we're asking that you adopt the resolution making the findings and modifications in the 2016 California Fire Code are reasonably necessary because of the local climatic or geographical or topographical conditions. We're also asking that you introduce the ordinance repealing the current Article 10, Chapter 5, and replacing it with the current or an amended Article 10, Chapter 5 of the Municipal Code.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. If we have questions, we'll bring you back up.
Okay.
Now we'll take it to the public. Any public comment? Name, address, and phone number. Strike that. Name, address. And
You give me your name and address and phone number, Mr. Caparillo.
I will do that.
This one here, when I seen this fireman go through the roof of that house with all that fire, that hurt me so bad I cried. That's a hell of a job you guys they got out there to protect us. And then this here is a life-saving fire and life safety regulation in the Fresno Municipal Code. Adopted, then it says down here, relating to fire and life regulations, safety regulations. So that's a no-brainer. Prove it. See, the fire department belongs to us, the police department belongs to us, park and recreation belongs to us. If you spend all that money that belongs to us in our departments, we have the best government down here it is. But get those folks upstairs, the national folks out of here. Thank you.
Anyone else like to comment? Please come forward. We do like comments and appreciate them. Seeing none, we'll bring it back up here. Screen is clear. Do we have a motion? I'll move to approve. Do I have a second? Member Baines, thank you very much. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Passes 6-0. Member Olivier, absent. Moving on to item 2K. This is a bill for introduction, adding sections to the Fresno Muni Code relating to the city manager's authority. City manager's office.
Thank you, Council President. I will be brief. The item that actually was the catalyst for this particular amendment to the Fresno Municipal Code has been tabled until next week. But during the course of investigating or analyzing what occurred in this particular case, and I've been in this organization over 40 years, so even after 40 years, you learn some things you were not aware of. In this particular case, apparently it's been the practice of this organization for quite some time to allow or not allow that department directors and other directors that are currently employed by the city have done this, but previous department directors have amended conditions of approvals, they've amended conditions of final maps or agreements, not conveying those changes to the city manager or the planning director or anyone else. As a result, there are maps that have been conditioned that are in conflict with the mitigation measures adopted by environmental impact report and final approval of a project approved by council. So this amendment would require now, and the reason I'm making a change to the Fresno Municipal Code is because I could have easily issued an administrative policy dictating or mandating that any changes are going to be subject to review and recommendation by the planning director, and then the planning director will submit those to the city manager for final written authorization. But the reason I'm requesting an amendment to the Fresno Municipal Code is that at any time the administration can eliminate an administrative order. And to me, this is an important item because, as we know, over the last year, there are things that have happened in the past that the administration was not aware of, and this item will mitigate that from happening in the future. So in discussions with representatives from the industry, they also seem supportive of this because this will resolve the conflict or the confusion that they have had to deal with because one department says this, the conditions say that, and someone makes a decision either to extend or defer something or actually amend a condition, or in one case, or in a number of cases, in particular the one that was on the agenda for today, require conditions that were not even considered at the time the project was approved by council. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. Taking it out to the public again. Comments are welcome. Give us your name, address, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. You know what? These folks own everything in Copper River, all up in their mouths. And then they got stuff hid back, and then it comes out. They got so many people up. That's what I tell you about. There's too many people in this administration. Upstairs, there's so many folks up there running this doggone place. Attorneys they told me they got 26 attorneys around here, but they don't never check none of these projects until you guys tell them what to do. If y'all don't tell them, then they ain't gonna have to look into this crap. What y'all got going up here? See, my district out here in District 3 done had 3 FBI's investigation. Robert Smith did his time, Cynthia Sterling needed to do her time with that running horse and that other place out there, and other people that went to jail out there. Sally, that other place who got that beauty shop in them, they lost thousands of dollars and millions of dollars over here. And then Kimbrough, we can go down the line. Nobody hasn't did nothing with our District 3 over here but do evil stuff. They steal, they rogues, they take all our stuff, and then they're going to use our money, use our CBG, use our home finance, use everything, all of our government money that's given. Why don't they use their money? My question is, why are they going to use our money, going to dictate to you guys what you don't know what y'all doing in the first place, and you've been up here all the time, and seem like you guys are catering to them? Are they paying you? Do you guys get a check? I see these people coming up here. I see about these backroom deals and stuff. We already had people going to jail for this, and I'm waiting for the FBI to come through because I'm going to help them out.
Okay. Thank you. Jay was continued. Sorry. No worries. Okay, now, will anyone else in the public wish to come forward? I know Barbara's a tough act to follow, but if you'd like to comment, we'd welcome her. Seeing none, back here, Member Bandow.
Okay. Thanks, Council President. Bruce, I actually want you to kind of repeat this to me in carpet cleaning terms, like real layman terms. What's happening out there that you're trying to correct?
So what has happened is that we've had different projects or developments approved with specific mitigation measures. And those mitigation measures had certain deliverables that had to occur within a specific amount of time. What I have found is that some of those mitigation requirements have been deferred by a department director or by a department without the consultation of the city manager. In other words, it says that you have to do this by then.
Yeah.
And somebody decided to say, well, maybe not so much now, maybe later. The problem is that decision was never involved the planning director and certainly never involved the city manager.
Right.
The other thing that has happened is that not only were conditions deferred, there were requirements placed on some development that wasn't even consistent with, again, the mitigation measures, and or not consistent with a decision or direction or information provided by the city attorney. For example, there were fees that were to be assessed as part of approvals that were not consistent with determinations made by the city attorney's office as to whether or not that fee was even applicable. And even after the city attorney's office opined to that effect, those fees were still being assessed to projects afterwards. So they were unenforceable. So there's a combination of things that in order to address or ensure that that doesn't happen, and it creates confusion as well because the planning director doesn't know, the city manager doesn't know. There's conversations occurring directly with city staff by representatives from particular developments that are not ultimately codified in any kind of agreement. And so this action is intended to make sure that if there are any changes to any conditions, maps, agreements, that those changes cannot be made by a department head or a department in isolation of the planning director or the city manager.
All right. And you still went over the top a little bit, so I'm gonna take a shot at it and tell me if I'm relatively close. You want to build a bunch of homes in Fresno. You have to provide water. You have to drill a well for those homes. You have to do something with the city, some infrastructure to provide water for those homes. So we demand, okay, you're building X number of homes, you have to put in X number of wells. We all vote on land use policies. That is the policy of Fresno. Out there, when the homes get built, somebody tells the developer, you know what, you don't need to build that well right now. So, unbeknownst to planning, the city manager, the well was never built. And so now the homes keep going in, and the water's insufficient to meet the demand for those homes. We don't know about. That's just a hypothetical example, right? Okay. So,
and based on that hypothetical example, the department then also says that you don't have to do this, but oh, by the way, somebody else within the department says for this particular map within that development, you've got to put in a 500-gallon well. So it's in conflict with, you have to build 4 wells. You've got like 10 different maps with 500-gallon wells on each one of those maps.
Oh, right, right. Okay, well, because of all of that, and then what happens, I think, is then planning and other departments get crossed over because they believe the mitigations are in place. They've good faith that the other people are holding up their side of the bargain when they've been told somewhere on the down low, you don't need to do it right now, maybe in 18 months or whatever. For some reason, the city continues to make decisions, and before you know it, you have this total lack of really understanding what's happening out there on the ground. And so because of all of that, I'm going to make a motion to heartily support your recommendation for this project.
Motion by Member Brandau, second by Member Baines, and City Attorney Sloan.
Wanted to add, one of the advantages of doing this in the municipal code versus an administrative order is that then the public is on notice of the limitations also, and they can't claim, because it would be contrary to the ordinance, that somebody told me that I didn't have to do something. So there's an advantage to doing it that way.
Sounds like a perfect way to clean up a situation that's kind of long overdue, that we make this, take this action. And so congratulations to those involved, and we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 6-0, Member Olivier absent. Next is the City Council Boards and Commission reports, and I'll start off with the Litigation Exposure Reduction Ad Hoc Committee. Member Brandau and I are members, and we're very, very happy and proud to turn the mic over to City Attorney Sloan for some great news on one of our cases.
Yes, our trial team here, consisting of Erica and Stephanie, they were the main trial lawyers, and of course led by Francine, with Ken's help, and Juliana, Tony, and Lisa. Did I miss anybody? Okay. They tried a case a couple of weeks ago in which a young man sued the city because he was driving about 80 or 90 miles an hour on Herndon, ran into the back of a city bus as it was changing lanes. He was injured, wanted about $1 million in damages, and they went to trial and won a verdict in favor of the city that netted us about $35,000 for damage to the bus. They did a fantastic job.
Thank you very much, and yes.
Yay.
That's how our city attorney's office and our city attorneys roll.
Council President, and I just want to say, I always had faith in you guys. I remember that. I remember that item in closed session. Great job. I always have faith that you guys will pull it out. I didn't think you guys would bring money back home, but that's even better.
Again, congratulations, and thank you. Thanks for everything you do, not just that. That's just an example of the quality of service that we receive from the city attorney's office. So thank you all so much. Now, is there anyone else on the council that has a board or commission report? We have Member Brandau.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to go back to the Transportation Authority. Bruce and I had shown up at one day on the Transportation Authority about 2 months ago and said, you know, we have a challenge. If we can raise $500,000 for litter removal along our freeways, that Caltrans, we would challenge Caltrans to match it. Surprisingly enough, Caltrans has already come up and said they're willing to match it. So we've got to put gentle and firm pressure on the Transportation Authority to come up with $500,000 so it can be matched by Caltrans. And that's $1 million. It wouldn't do everything, but it would really help. So I wanted to report on that.
Good job, Member Brandau. Keep up with the good work. Anyone else? The screen is clear. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to unscheduled communications. If you would like to address anything, any issue that you're concerned with, this is the opportunity. And Barbara, you're right in the front row.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm off of the political scene for us here because Bruce put the cap on it. Because he's the city manager. And he's going to watch this place and he's going to watch y'all because you can't believe these guys out here. They got the agribusiness district. They got own all the farms out here. They own all the money. They got everything. And they get everything free from us. Agribusiness district. That's them, been here for years. Okay. What I'm saying on this one here on unscheduled communication is I'm running, when Trump is running for president, and I've seen that the Democratic Party is a liberal Democratic Party. It's not the same. Now, I remember reading, because I read a lot. Years ago, I got the books. Trump had started American Football League before the National Football League came out. He started that, but then the Nationals came out. But see, Barack Obama, he should have get off his butt and get out there and see what goes on with them private e-servers instead of letting this process go all the way down, because I got a book at the house what I bought it. It says that Hillary, that girl worked for her little, what you call that woman that works for her husband, she's affiliated with the people overseas, over in Saudi Arabia. They all connected together. So what I'm saying is Trump is the one that's going to bring jobs here. He's going to bring the resources here. He got the people here already organized. And these election places around here, I know some of them is rigged because these papers tells me that they got me in Southeast Fresno. So what we're going to do, I want to do, and Trump and them said it, and the TV said it, if the people want to change their vote from that Democratic to the Republican to him, they can do it. So what we need to do is, they trying to take us into that, stop this thing a minute. They trying to take us into that one world government. We're going to wake up, we're going to be in another government because we're going to be connected with all these other people. We cannot do that. We got to set and we got to wait. We got to stop this thing because they're talking about the women's. Women's was the only prostitution was out there. The oldest profession it is prostitution. Them women's out there talking about my this, my that. Because they trying to take everybody's mind off of the real issues. They trying to take us, our country. They trying to take us into fascism, liberalism. They trying to take us into those places to hook us together with all these new world orders. But look at their country. They bombing. Where's the queen at? All these countries over there belong to her. She over there somewhere hiding. How come she not over here with her folks over here? Those are her folks. United States is the only free country in the world. If we don't stand up and fight and quit arguing and bigot amongst ourselves over some woman's butt, and they're too ugly for somebody, I'll say it, for somebody to want. And you know what? God made men. God made man to stand up, made man first. A woman ain't nothing but a rib. A woman can't be a man and she tried. I don't care. She might got melted because she made of a woman. And that's why she babysits. That's why they got pain and suffering. That's why God said, men, you work by the bird of your back. Because of Adam and Eve. But see, this is God's war. God is not letting that devil take over them. God showed you that he done whooped everything around here. So we got to stick with God. Hillary want to take us into that utopia, into that step that those countries, that unite us with those foreign countries, Russia and everybody else. We don't want that. We need not to. We got to wake up to this.
Barbara, you should be Secretary of State.
Thank you so much. You know what I would love, because I would bring that money back down here.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We can't let Hillary get up here, Mr. President. With Trump up there, he's a hard-working man. He ain't asked for a dime from nobody. All that money. And Hillary running around there drunk, sitting around there. How come Obama ain't saying nothing? They on TV hugging each other with their eyes closed, both of them. So I want to know what's going on between them.
That's a good question. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
I'm going home. I love y'all.
We love you too.
Barbara, maybe when the FBI is done with her, they can come help us in Fresno.
I know. We need to be here because they use us, the local government. They put their people in place. Send them in here.
I think what he's asking is if you would like to become a member of the Tea Party.
Oh, heck, you know what? That's your job. But you know what? If the Tea Party started a lot of this stuff, they was out getting the people together. I admire them.
Okay.
Because they got all these folks together. Chris Daniels on the radio, everybody. I was on all these programs. I listened to him. He stays on the program. And you know what? Yes, the Tea Party, they're good to help. Anytime anybody helps the United States, we the people of the United States. The federal government is not no government of no United States. Obama ain't got no president, no power. Yes, he supposed to took that to Congress. Congress is the boss. You guys elected them to be the boss. The federal government, we get all that money, the federal government, all your projects, federal government. They crooks too. Get them people to the Congress. Let Congress make it. They got Congress, House of Representatives, and the Senate. 500-some people, 200-some people. Get them together. Not the Congress, because they sold us out.
Thank you, Barbara.
Not the, what you call them people, the federal government, they sold us out.
Thank you. Appreciate
Bye.
it.
I'm going home.
Bye-bye. Now we have more cards. Jose Barraza, you are up. Next will be Gabriel Lozano after Jose. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for being here.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Members of the council, I appreciate the opportunity to address your body. My name is Jose Barraza. I'm the CEO of the Southeast Fresno Regional Complex, Park Complex, and Soccer Facility Authority. And we, as you may remember, have applied for the transfer of a property, 49 acres, located on Peach Avenue in Southeast Fresno. And our application with the National Park Service is still pending. We are here today to ask for your assistance in the clarification of public statements made by Mr. Luis Chavez, an employee of the city of Fresno, who has stated that when the 49 acres were donated to the city of Fresno 10 years ago, that they use, as part of the experiments that were conducted, they used pesticides and chemicals. And that was one of the reasons, such a contamination was one of the reasons why the city of Fresno has not converted that into a park. And in my conversations I've had with Mr. Rudd and many people here, in fact, some of you board members or council members, that has never come up. In light of the importance of those statements being made to the public, and because we aspire to have a regional soccer complex and a regional park on that site, we still want to do it. And because there are farm workers growing vegetables on that site that are eaten by families, we want to know for sure, is there a contamination problem, as Mr. Chavez claims? Now, he has access to information that we don't. So because of that, I actually sent a formal request to Mr. Bruce Rudd, and I'm awaiting a reply. This is a very important liability matter for the city of Fresno and the taxpayers of the city of Fresno, because when we say that there is contamination, the city as the owner of the property carries a lot of responsibility, has a lot of responsibility. And there are many people that have access to this facility. My granddaughter lives on a home on the fence on the east side of the property, and that is a concern for me. I mean, I really believe that this is serious, this is very important, and there are other folks that have concerns like I do, and we hope that we can have your cooperation in getting this matter resolved and clarified. We should not be playing with the feelings of the public on such an important matter. This is very serious, and we would like to know the truth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next will be Gabriel, and after Gabriel, we'll have Samantha. If you'll come forward, sir, and give us your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Gabriel Lozano. I live on 4785 East Low, Fresno, California, 93702. I'm really worried about the statements that were made. I wasn't there, but I heard about them. With all the issues that we have with water happening up north, and it happened in Michigan. And some of the things that Fresno is known for image-wise, I think before you make a statement like that, I think you need to be sure, because I think it's irresponsible. If I made a statement at my last job like that, it wouldn't have went well for me, because you have departments that handle that type of a statement. To me, being a single father and families around there and growing the vegetables and a lot of people that are part of the Southeast community, I think I don't know if it's true or not, but I think that it would be a really black eye on the city of Fresno if that were true. So before you make statements like that, I think you need to have studies. I think it needs to be talked. I'm not sure if he's in a position to make a statement like that. And again, we just like to have it out in the open to see if that is true or not, because all of us care about our city, and we need to watch what we say to the general public, because that can cause scare a lot of people. And I think we have the responsibilities to the people, the ones that have a forum to make, where we have a large amount of people listening to what we say. We need to watch out what we say.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Have a great day.
Thank you, you too. Thank you, sir. Samantha Yang, it's your opportunity, and after Samantha will be Ralph. Those are all the cards I have, then we'll just open it up for a general discussion. Good afternoon. If you give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samantha Yang. As a member of Hmong community, I want to express my concerns for the statement made by Mr. Chavez that the 49-acre site that currently has a community garden that is contaminated and with pesticides and chemicals for Hmong families and children to eat the vegetables grown at the community garden. So their health is very important to us, and we want to make sure that Mr. Chavez's claims are examined properly. There should be a study to determine the safety of the community garden, and thank you for your consideration of the important matters.
Thank you, Samantha. We appreciate you being here today. Next will be Ralph. Come on up. And after Ralph, we'll open it up for general comments and conversation. Good afternoon. And name and address. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hello. My name is Ralph Alcarez. I'm from Southeast Fresno, 1532 South Holmesy. A lot of you probably seen me around. I've been a liaison for the Roosevelt Youth Soccer League, which is RYSL. As such, I have to attend a lot of these meetings. I have to see the representatives that are going to go for the candidates that are going to go for mayor and also for our district. And I was present when Luis Chavez made that statement. Not only am I represented from RYSL, but I also live there. I live near that lot. You saw the most recent sandstorm that we had. It raised up a lot of dust, and it goes into our community. If indeed that's true, that it's toxic, that's going into our communities. If indeed that's true, that's a concern for me, for my kids. And when I say my kids, I mean my soccer kids, especially if we're thinking of having a park there. I don't want them to be there if it's contaminated. This was said by a person that I thought was an authority figure. So it raised concern with me. And it also raised concern with my league once I brought it back. All I want to know, is it true? If it's not, then okay, that's understandable. I mean, somebody's running for a position. But if it is true, then this should be addressed, and this should have been communicated to us and not allow the Hmong farmers to farm there. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else in the community want to come forward now and speak on this issue? Thank you for being here. Give us your name, address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, President Capoglio and the rest of the council members. Really, I'm just here as a resident in District 5, echoing the concerns of my neighbors. I have 3 young children who participate in this Roosevelt Youth Soccer League. I live less than a quarter of a mile away from this site, and without having to repeat everything that my previous neighbors have said, I just want to express my concern for the statements that, or the statement that Mr. Chavez made. I was there present. I was actually co-moderating that forum at my church, St. Anthony Marie Claret, and I was very surprised to hear that come out from one of the candidates. I've heard, and I am familiar with the financial woes, and I can understand not going forward with a plan for parks because we don't have money, but when a comment like that is made, that puts my concerns and questions to a completely different level. Did I make the right choice in buying my home 8 years ago next to this site? And so on and so forth. With that, thank you, and I hopefully there's some information that comes from the City of Fresno regarding this matter. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate your comments. Sir, if you give us your name, address, you'll have 3 minutes, and welcome.
You got it. My name is Jose Luis Barraza. My address is 4243 East Thomas, Fresno, California. Once again, I am a co-founder of Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development, and for the last 3 years, we have expressed dear concern in respect to the site that's being mentioned today. We have spent considerable time meeting with various elected officials, representatives from the city manager's office, including Mr. Rudd, and the head of the Department of Recreations in regards to our interest in seeing this particular site becoming a park and a soccer field area for our youth in Southeast Fresno. And throughout those 3 years, not once have we ever heard of contamination of this park. And it was crudely introduced to us in a political form. And it was introduced to us by a person who's employed with the city of Fresno, regardless of his candidacy for the city council, that this was never told to us. And we're very deeply concerned. And I think it could be easily stated here today, sí or no. Is it contaminated or not? Because we want to move forward with this concept. We believe it's the right idea for our community because we believe that our youth desire and need more park space and certainly more soccer space. So we ask of you your consideration in regards to this issue, and let's resolve it today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to come forward? If you'd like to speak on this or any other topic, this is what we have unscheduled communication for. Seeing none, we will bring it back up here. Next will be the closed session, and that will be announced by the city attorney, and then we will close this council meeting in memory of the fallen Fresno Sheriff's Officer, Sergeant Rod Lucas.
Yes, in closed session, we have 2 matters, labor, FPOA, and also an existing litigation, the Reyes case, and we do need to allow for comment before we go into the closed session. I would not expect any announcement afterwards.
Thank you very much. We'll go into closed session. Thank you.